Welcome to Eaton Prep's live review of the May 2022 SAT US version. We will review the entire test in this order. To expedite things, we're going to be doing the math first, no calculator math, calculated permitted math, writing and language, and reading. Visit our website at www.eatonprep.com for information on our virtual online SAT class with a live instructor. You will be participating with paper pencil materials and interacting in a chat room. Our classes start next Wednesday, 6/29/22 at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. It will be successive Wednesdays ending in time for the August 27th SAT. If you miss a class, we will still save it online for you. Our phone number is 412-831-2723. We're in the Pittsburgh area. My email is Chris Hessler, CHRISHESSLER @eatonprep.com. My son, James, is also going to be teaching with me.
Hello.
He's a Phi Beta Kappa graduate from Penn State in English. I taught in Mount Lebanon School District for 29 years, and I have math and English certification, but we've been doing SAT prep for over 25 years. So we're going to begin the test now, starting with the math no calculator. So diving right in, question 1. A certain university offers courses that are either 3 credits or 4 credits per course each semester. A student registered for a total of 16 credits for the fall semester. Which equation represents the possible number of 3 credit courses X and 4 credit courses Y? And the total number obviously is 16. And so that answer, pretty easy, we always start out easy, would be B. The function f is defined by f of x equals x plus 3. What's the y-intercept? So very simply, I use this little tool sometimes. To find the x-intercept, y is 0. To find the y-intercept, x will be 0, so we just put 0 in for x, and then out would come 3 for y. Answer choice D. Moving on to number 3.
Just zoom in a little bit.
Yeah. The graph shown models the monthly revenue in millions of dollars for a particular marketing company from June 2009 through October 2010. According to the model, which of the following is closest to this company's monthly revenue in millions of dollars for June 2009? So they know we can't really get it exact, and so it's sort of at the beginning in June 2009. So closest number available would be 8.5 million. Number 4, geometry question. And our class is organized by topics. So we conquer all the geometry in 2 major lessons. In the figure shown, right triangle ABC is similar to triangle EDC. ACB is equal, congruent to angle ECD. I make it out now. Mm-hmm. And AE is 15. So this is 15. We can, if they're similar, they're in the same ratio. So we can sort of see 3 is to 6, because that's the legs that are similar. So this triangle is about 1/2 the size of this. So if we call this X, we can call the larger triangle 2X, and below we'll do X plus 2X is 15. 3x is 15. So the x value, the small triangle AC, will have a length of 5, where CE will have a length of 10. And when we have our class, you'll be able to ask questions, and we'll be able to talk to you as well.
So that one was D?
Yes, so the answer was D. Thank you. Okay, moving on. They will pretty much always give you a polynomial like this, and the easiest way is just to align it. So we'll have 12x to the 4th minus 5x plus 18 plus 13. Well, let me put that in it where it belongs. So sometimes vertically you can keep yourself a little more honest. We're showing you lots of strategies.
And the 6x to the 4th still?
Yeah. So that would be 18x to the 4th plus 13x squared plus 12x plus 9.
Wait a second. Was it a minus 5x plus a 7x?
Yeah, oh, that's a minus 5x. So that'll be a plus 2x. See, transposing numbers. 2x plus 9. And so that would be answer choice C. And that's a 13. So there's always one of these on the test, getting an equation in terms of another variable. So the equation y equals x plus w over z relates the positive numbers w, x, y, and z. We want to get x by itself. This part you can always just cross off, and you can expect one of these on every SAT. This is sort of a low, medium difficulty. So what we could do is multiply both sides by z. Not so bad. We want to get the x to stand alone. So our answer would be yz minus w, which is answer choice A. So we're going along at a pretty good clip. Okay, so number 7, a little difficult. I'm going to just erase this so no one's confused. The given linear function g models the annual percent increase in the population of India X years after 1990. What's the best interpretation of G20? Well, the 20 always goes in for the X in a function. So X years after 1990, so we know it's got to be either C or D. Then if we put in 20 for the X, we will get out the number, sort of like a cooking program. We will get out, you have to sort of do this without a calculator, and you should get out 1.376. Now the question is, would that be a percent or times? And so this is every year. Annual. So it doesn't make any sense that we would, the population of India is now 1 billion people. So just practically, we do not want to multiply by 1.376 because it would be a monstrous exponential function, like a third increase every year of the population in India. So the best representation, like they said, it's a percentage increase, and so we would pick annual C, answered C, which gives us the percentage increase in the population of India. So moving on to 8. So for the quadratic function f shown, a, b, and c are constants. For the graph of the y equals fx in the xy plane, the quadratic function f opens upward. So if it opens upward, that necessitates a has to be a positive value. So we know it has to be C or D. because if A was negative, it would be a downward parabola. The coordinates of the vertex are both negative. So if we sketch the parabola, the vertex is up, it's going to be like this, and the vertex is going to be somewhere in quadrant 3.
Could you label the quadrants just so they know?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem. So for the vertex, both negatives, it has to be here. And so if we frame our parabola, we know that the B and C have to be negative. So for that to, because when we put it back in, we will get x minus, say, a minus 2, which would give us x plus 2. So we know B and C both have to be negative. So the answer is C. And again, in our program, we give you lots of time to ask questions, and we go through the whole polynomial. There are 8 formulas that are not on the test, but are on the SAT, and so we tell you what those formulas are. So we really drill on y equals mx plus b, because if you have 2 linear lines like here, they could either be the same line with the same equation, they could be 0 if they were same slope, if they were parallel lines. And we very much get you attuned to this. And in Euclidean plane geometry, for 2 lines, either they could be parallel, infinitely many, or they could intersect at one point. They can't intersect at 2 points unless you have a globe. So if we look at these 2 equations, I like to put them into y equals mx plus b mode so that we can sort of analyze what's going on. So the first equation, we would just subtract the 2x. We would have divide by 6. So ultimately we get minus 1/3 x plus 1/3. It's easiest to analyze them in this mode because then you can right away see. So let's look at the next one. We have to distribute the 2. 4x plus 2y is 20. 2y equals a negative 4x plus 20. Dividing everything by 2, we will get y equals minus 2x plus 10. So basically now we're looking at this equation and this equation, and they're not the same line, and they don't have the same slope. So we have determined that there's only one solution. Okay, absolute value is something that you maybe haven't used a lot lately. So we want to get the sum of the solutions. So we have to add, there's always 2 solutions with absolute value. So let's get the positive one, that won't be so bad. 2x plus 10 is 8. So one solution will be a negative 1. The other solution will be, what if this whole thing was negative? Because then it would turn into a positive with the absolute values. And so the entire SAT is very predictable now. So minus 2x minus 2 is 8. Negative 2x is 10. So x is a negative 5. Thank you, College Board.
We got to add them, right?
Yeah, but we're not quite there. We have to add a negative 1 plus a negative 5, which would give us a negative 6. Okay, So we have a shaded inequality. And what I like to do with these is first let's determine the line, just the line that they give us here. So we can sort of see it's going to go through 0, 3. And the slope of the line is over 1 up 3. So that'll be 3x plus 3. And then we can test 0, 0. And see that we do want to include everything under that line so we can determine that it's going to be less than or equal to. So now all we have to do is go back to these equations and see which one would give us what we need here. So let's try the first one. Usually do them in order. But when we multiply by a negative, as we have to do, we have to flip the sign. So
your sign's wrong? No, like, for answer choice A, I mean.
Yeah, so this doesn't work because we need less than. Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a no answer because we have a greater than symbol. They often put A traps on the SAT. Just a strategy idea. So don't pick A until you've gone through all of them because a lot of people would forget to flip the sign. So this one, we would have minus y. Again, we have to divide by a minus 1. So we have to flip the sign. And voila, we get our same equation back. So B is our correct answer for number 11. So we're getting into the harder questions.
Up there.
Up in the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Try
good.
to get it on the screen.
Thank you.
Maybe you want to erase some? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll erase some of this stuff. And so looking at this one, so the math goes from easy to hard, as many of you who've taken the test know. So the first 8 or 9 no calculator questions are going to be easy. The Jaws music and the shark invested waters comes out at the very end. So here we're going to need to know the vertex formula, which is a formula they don't give you on the test.
So that's not on the formula page they give you?
No, it's not on the formula page. So we're going to have y equals a x minus h squared plus k, where hk is our coordinates of our vertex. So here, let's look at this one.
Let's move this.
And without you can't use your graphing calculator on this. So the graph shown models the height y in feet of a volleyball x seconds after it was hit by a player. Which equation represents the relationship between the height of the volleyball and the time since the volleyball was hit? Well, we know our vertex is right here, and so our h value would be 0.25. Our k value would be 6. And so using the formula where a is the deceleration on the earth, right?
Yeah, divided by 2. Negative 32 feet per second.
Negative 32 feet per second divided by 2. So that's going to give us a negative 16. We can just put in our vertex formula. Plus 6. And so for our answer for that one would be D. So just a good commercial for learning the vertex form. There's about 8 formulas that we drill in our program because they don't give them to you on the test. So another strategy for this one. If we look at 13, a lot of students would initially run into a wall because they'd say, I don't remember the trapezoid formula. But you really don't need it. So let's look at the question. And the figure's not drawn to scale. When this appears on the test, we can't eyeball it. So we can't say, for example, this is so much times bigger. That's how much we have to find. Let me read this. Trapezoid A and trapezoid B shown are similar. The length of each side of trapezoid A is 8 times the length corresponding value of trapezoid B. The area is how many times as large? So,
can I just interject something
yes.
real quick? So to find the area of a trapezoid,
yes.
It's that you average the parallel parts, so the
bases,
the shorter parallel line plus plus the longer parallel line, just average them times the height, which
right.
is there.
But
so you're essentially making a rectangle using the formula.
Right. So I'd like to just fly like an eagle and use a rectangle because that would work.
Yeah, any two-sided regular figure would work. Even you could use a parallelogram, a square, a rectangle, because they're all going to function similarly when you multiply the sides by 8.
Right. So
you don't have to make a trapezoid. Even a square will work.
Right. So I'm just going to
but it's going to take extra time.
Right. So I'm going to just do a square maybe. And a larger one.
So you're going to make a small square and then a multiplied by 8 square, I guess?
Yeah, so let's have a 2 by 2 square whose area is 4. Then we would have a 16 by 16 square whose area would be 256. And we would see 256 over 4. It's going to be 64 times bigger, quite a bit bigger.
Which would be D.
Which would be D. And so again, you don't have to be, they don't give you the trapezoid formula. And the same thing with like a sphere. If they gave you a sphere and gave you a radius and said, what happens if you triple the radius? I would just pick a number for my smaller sphere, triple the radius, and see how it plays out like we did here. So picking numbers can be a very
maybe using a simpler figure than you could make a trapezoid that worked. I did it. It took some extra time.
Right.
And time is money on the SAT. So.
Right. We wanted you to solve pretty much every question in a minute.
Okay.
So the function f is defined by f of x equals -8 times 6 to the x minus 4. What's the y-intercept? So using our little intercept fail-safe, to get the x-intercept, y is 0. To get the y-intercept, x is 0.
I'm just going to zoom you in a little bit.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a little tiny. So we're going to put x is 0 and see how that plays out. So we'll have 6 to the 0 power. Something you need to know is any number to the 0 power is 1. And we get you lots of drill in our program. We start with the easier questions. So you are doing thousands of questions in our program. -8 minus 4 would be a -12. So our y-intercept would be 0 minus 12, which is A. Okay, the hardest, no calculator. Okay.
There was also a typo in the QAS that we procured. So if you found this online, a version of this test, we wrote down here what the actual question.
We hope.
Yeah, well, it's what it should say. But there was an error. They were saying R was less than 0, which would make no sense. That'd be undefined. So
yeah, so R has to be greater than 0.
And Q is greater than 0.
And Q is greater than 0.
I wrote over there. You can see what the actual prompt is. It's the quantity, the square root of 2Q plus the square root of 2R to the 2/3 power.
Right. So what we need to do here is then, in our program, we explain about how the 3, it goes down and out.
That's your cube root.
So it's a cube root. Give you a lot of practice with this. With these two, this expression squared.
You lost it. Yep, that's 2R under there.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. That was the original
That's
one.
the error that they made, yeah. And then you also need a radical for the 2Q. Okay, good.
Okay, so now we're going to just FOIL this. So I'll just erase this so it's easier to process. And so we'll do the first term, which would be the square root of 2Q squared, which would just be 2Q. Then we're going to have the square root of 4RQ, inner and outer. And then the r's multiply together. So that'll just be 2r. And now this will be 2 8r,
No,
4RQ, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
2 of these guys. So now our final step is to take the square root of 4 out, bring it out front, so we'll have 2q plus 4 times qr or rq, whichever way you want to do it, plus 2r.
And everything's to the third power?
And everything's under the third power. So
Cube root.
it would be d, cube root, right.
All right, so that one was D. Good.
Okay, now we're moving on to the gradients. Can you just get that quickly? Sorry. The phone. Okay. So we're going on to this one, pretty easy. So 3x, we would add 9. So x is 5. But I usually have you underline the prompt because lots of times I bet you thousands of juniors put in a 5 when they should have put in a 10. So train yourself to circle the prompt so that you don't lose an easy answer. So here we're going to square both sides.
Or press 2 to be placed on our do not call list.
X squared minus 9 equals 16. Add 9 to both sides. And we want the positive solution. So x would be 5. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points.
You just took the square root of both sides for that last step?
Yes.
Okay. And then the positive,
I'm sorry.
the positive one.
And then this is plus or minus, but we want only the positive value. Yeah. So in our program, we give you time to ask questions, but we're just blitzing through this today to be of any help we can. Line P is defined by 2y plus 4x is 9. R is perpendicular. What's the slope of line R? So you have to know the perpendicular line is the negative reciprocal. Let's first put this in y equals mx plus b form. So we would subtract the 4x, divide by 2. So our slope here is a minus 2. We want the perpendicular, which would be the negative reciprocal, and 1/2 is our answer. That was 18. Okay, 19. Circle the prompt because we know we could actually solve for x and be happy. So dealing with fractions, which you might have not done in a while. So we're just going to subtract a 1/3 x from both sides and add a 2. So x would obviously be 9 and 2x would be 18. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Good to refresh you on things like ratios and percents that you haven't seen in a while. So like I said, in our program, we go through all the geometry. Instead of going through a 400-page geometry book, 2 lessons will conquer the geometry. So we have a circle that has a radius of 4. An arc AB has a length in meters. AB is here. So 4 pi over 5 is what fraction of the whole circle? So if the radius is 4, we know we do 2 pi r. So that would be 8 pi for the whole circumference. Can cancel the pi's, 4/5 divided by 8. Remember, we multiply 4/5 times 1 over 8 is 4 over 40. 1/10 is our answer. Okay, and so the geometry will be about 10% of your test, not the 1/3 it was like before. So now we're going to move into the calculator math, starting with the easy section. Obviously, we want you so familiar with the formula page that you know what's on there on test day. So this is a pretty easy one. Whatever in the parentheses, we're going to put in for x. So we would just have 9 times 3 minus 16. 27 minus 16 would be 11. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. So this one, if we just add 7 to both sides, we will find the match, which is D. Okay, lots of linear functions on the test. What's the y-intercept? Well, the y-intercept is going to be where it crosses here, where x is 0, and y is 2. So that answer is B. Going through 4, another linear function. Thank you. The graph of the linear function p is shown. We want to find the equation. Can you enlarge that just for a minute?
Yeah.
I know we can't see the answer choices right away, but if we just try to put this into y equals mx plus b mode, we know it goes through 5.
So right away, you know it's going to be A or C.
Right. And if we wanted to process the slope, we know it goes through 0, 5, and let's say 1, 2. So we could use the slope formula, which is always very helpful. So it's going to be a -3, and that makes sense because we're going down 3 over 1.
And get you some answer choices back.
Yeah, now we need the answer choices back, but I just wanted you to see it. So that would be -3x plus 5. Well, that one is answer choice A. Okay, so moving on. Pretty easy percent question, part to whole. So we want 12 states out of the 50 in the Midwest, and we would divide that, and we would get 12 divided, well, in our heads, we could sort of see, oh, we can use calculators now. So we can actually just multiply this both by 2 and see that it would be 24%. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Okay, let's go on to 6. Janice raises chickens. Good thing now because the price of eggs is high. She uses the equation shown to estimate the total daily feed intake, T in pounds, for X male and Y female chickens that are between 28 and 35 days old. So notice that this is 2 questions relate to this. So sometimes even 3 can relate. So that's a good thing to notate using the given equation. So her total daily feed is 90 pounds. We know she has 0.32, the X. She has 100 males. We're trying to get how many female chickens she has. So that would be 90 equals 32 plus 0.29y, subtracting 32, and all this you can use a calculator. 58 is 0.29y, dividing both sides by 29y.
Or just 29.
Or just 29y, I'm sorry, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You would get 200 chickens. Okay, the second equation, which is sort of based on that, the total weekly feed. So there's 7 days in a week. So really we want to go back to this equation and just multiply everything by 7. So we have to multiply everything by 7, which would occur in D. This one only goes to the male chickens, so that isn't going to be helpful. Okay, now we're doing a function where they give us g of x, so we're going to put 13 into that whole expression. We're going to add 3 to both sides. 16. I know it's a little sloppy. This vertical screen is sometimes hard to write on. So x squared would be 4, and so x would be 2. Thank you, College Board, for 10
They
points.
tell you they want the positive value.
Yeah, because, yes, so they let you know this would be plus or minus 4, but you only want the positive value. Okay, moving on. Are we on another page now?
Yeah, I think you're on the number 9 now.
Okay, so let's sketch out these triangles. Triangle ABC. So A is 23, B is 97. In triangle DEF, well, D is 23 and E is 97. So how would we get them similar?
Would that be angle, angle, angle?
Yes, angle, angle, angle. And we don't need to find C and F because we don't need those actual measures, because all we have to do is take this 180 and subtract what we would have here, which would be 120. So we don't really actually need to find C or F. I think it would be, what is it?
60.
Yeah, because you have 120 here. And so no additional information is needed. Moving on to 10. Which of the following linear equations is the most appropriate model for the data? So if we're trying to make a line of best fit, we want about the same points above as below it, and we want to try to...
It's kind of right on that 6, yeah.
Yeah, it's right on the 6, so we know it has to be a positive 6, and then we also know it's negative.
The slope's negative, you mean?
Yeah. And so I wouldn't bother to use a slope formula to figure out that it's approximately -1, because, like Jim said, time is money. So the density in a wire is going to be the current divided by the area, cross-sectional area of the wire. So we have density, we have 15 for the milliamperes and 6, so that would be 2.5. And I think this would be the A trap, right? Dividing the other way around.
Probably.
So you have
15 over 6 is the right answer.
Yeah.
2.
So they always don't pick A unless you've gone through all the answer choices. Okay, moving on. They do not give you the formula for the coordinates for a circle on the coordinate plane.
Could you give them the whole circle formula just in case they ask for the center or something else? This time they want the radius.
This is the easy version because all they want is the radius. So in our program, we give you lots of practice with this because they could be...
And what would the center of the circle be?
So the center of the circle, is HK.
Okay. And they don't give you that formula on the formula page?
No, they don't give you this formula. So we know R squared is 64.
That's your radius?
Radius squared is 64, so the radius has to be 8. This is actually pretty much a softball question because sometimes you have to complete the square.
Sometimes twice.
Yeah, and sometimes twice. But they always usually there's one of these on every test.
Yeah, that's definitely memorize that formula.
So we're going to
You
give
see a circle in every SAT
Yes.
in algebraic form.
Yeah, and every question on the test is about 10 points. So to go up 100 points, you only need to get about 10 more questions right. So we're just going to cross multiply this. 3x plus 1 equals 6. Notice we're trying to get x plus 1. And so x plus 1 would just be 2. Thank you, College Board, for 10 points. Now we're going to 14.
That's another vertex.
Another vertex formula.
Which is another formula you have to memorize, yeah.
Yeah, there's not like a ton. There's about 8 that they don't give you on the test. So don't think that they're going to pull out, But the vertex formula, the test is pretty predictable. So if you've gone through each content area in our program math-wise and taken 3 practice tests, you're going to be good to go and catapult your future to where you want to be. A lot of scholarships are predicated on SAT scores. So here, Fahari kicks the ball on the ground into the air. 1 second after being clicked, the ball goes up. You must have a good 16 feet. And so it lands again at 2. So that means our vertex is 1/16. So we could put all these in the calculator, but that would be a waste of time. You might have to adjust the
Can
window.
you rewrite the vertex formula? I know you wrote it on the last section.
Yeah,
but
so the
just they
vertex
have it.
formula is a x minus h squared plus k.
And the vertex is HK.
The vertex is hk.
Okay. And so you're saying the vertex was at 1/16.
So our vertex is at 1/16, and knowing this formula, I don't have to,
Just have to pop it in.
I just pop it in the equation, and I don't have to read all those, I don't have to try all those equations on my graphing calculator. And so you can see it's a match with answer choice B. So just a couple formulas that are helpful to know. This one, we probably need to enlarge it in a second. The scatter plot shows the relationship between two variables, x and y. A line of best fit is also shown. For how many of the data points is the actual y value at least 1 greater than the y value predicted by the line of best fit?
All right, now I'm going to zoom you in.
So you can sort of see there's 3 points.
Yeah, but that at least 1 greater is important, right?
Right. 1, 2, and 3. But this one,
Maybe circle it in red or
yeah,
see it.
is not going to work.
Because it's not greater than 1 in the
It's
y.
like about a half.
Right. So we only have 2 then?
Yeah, so we have 2. So this is going to be a little greater than 1, and so will this one. And so we would say there's 2 points that work. Okay, let's go on to 16. A 3,000 piece rectangular jigsaw puzzle has 216 edge pieces, and the rest are inside. And so we know we're sort of fixed with the 216. So we know we have 3,000 equals 216 plus 48R. So if the 216 is our inside pieces, the 48R has to be, the 216 was our edge pieces. I misspoke.
Yeah.
The 48R are going to be our inside pieces. Okay. So when they give you one like this, I think the quickest way with least errors is just to try the choices.
It has to work for both equations?
Yes, and it has to work for both equations. So let's try to go consistently and start with A. So if we put in a -2 for x, is 3 bigger than 6, 6 plus 1? Yes. Let's try the second equation. Is 3 less than, that would be a +2 plus 1. No, it's equal to it, correct?
Yeah.
So I'm going to go back to
So
black.
A is out.
So A is out. And this is a lot faster, I think, is just trying the choices. So a little different. Sometimes the math is in a different perspective than how your math teacher trained you. Questions are a little bit different, and it's good to be apprised of how they're going to present them. So let's try B. Okay, is 2 less than a -3 plus 1? Is 2 less than a -2? No. So right away, B is eliminated on the first equation. The next one, if we put 0 in, is 2 less than 1? Not on this planet. So C is out. It better be D. So let's try it to be sure. Is 1 less than a -3 times a -1 plus 1? Is 1 less than 3 plus 1? Indeed it is. So A works. We have to try B. Let's try B. Is 1 less than -1/2 times a -1, which would give us a 1/2. So is 1 less than 1 1/2? Yes. So it works for both solutions, so we would pick D. Again, a little bit of work, but it's probably a lot quicker than doing something else.
Sometimes when they know that you have to try all of the answer questions, they like to make it the last one you would try.
Yes, they like to make it the last one. Okay, so 18, we are blessed with a table.
I'm going to try to, maybe you can read the question first and then we can look at the answers.
Yes, so we have county 1, 4 against, undecided, and the total. The table shows the results of a poll that was used to determine support for a county proposal. The results are characterized by county and opinion. If one person who responded to the poll is selected at random, which of the following results in the greatest value? So we do have, you don't need a whole lesson in statistics. In our program, we go through the statistics you'll need. This problem is a little curious because the precondition is actually the second thing. So what do I mean by that? So let's look at A. Given that the person is from county 1, so that would be 1601. What's the probability that he's undecided? 95. And that number is, I worked it out here. What, do you have it worked out quickly? I think it's 0.059.
Yeah, 5.9%. Or however, if you want to keep it in decimals.
Yeah, I'll just keep it in decimals.
Yeah.
Okay, let's look to the next one. And again, it's a little tricky. Given that the person is from county 2, so we know how many people are in county 2. We want the undecided. So that's even going to be a little less. It's going to be point.
Yeah, I got 0.08%. Or sorry, 0.08 not percent. It's around 8%, which would be 0.08.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, given that the person is undecided, and they were a little nasty by giving you the precondition at the end of the question, what's the probability that they're from county 1? So we're only looking at the undecided here, of which the total is 186. And county 1 is going to be 95. That's going to be pretty large. What is it?
0.51?
0.51, about half. That's good. Our highest number so far. And then this is going to be a little lower, we can see, because it would be, for D, it's going to be 91 over 186. And that's definitely going to be just a shade less.
It's going to be 0.49.
So our answer will be C. Again, a little tricky because you have to read the precondition first, which is at the end of the sentence. So we're now going on to number 19. Little bit, you've done median mode forever. So the median, we want to get the mean first. So that's our average. So we're just going to add 16 plus 5 plus 16 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 plus 14, which is going to give us
50.
50 divided by 5 days or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days here. So our mean is 10. And with the median, I sort of like to rank them. So
you might make a mistake if you don't put them in order.
Yeah, if you don't put them in order, you could make a mistake. This isn't so bad if you try to do it in your head. So when we have odd number, the median is the middle number.
What if we had an even number?
Then
How do you get the median?
Okay, if you had to average, if you had to get the median of an even number, you're going to have to average the two middle ones.
Okay, I was just wondering.
Here we have odd, so we're just going to do 10 minus 8. Thank you, College Board, for 2. Okay, another statistics question. We go through a lot of verbiage, which sometimes is frightening to students, but this isn't that bad. A county school board in a certain state is proposing a start time of 7:30 a.m. for all the high schools in the county. So they took a sample of 100 high school students from all the high school students in the county. And they're just taking a sample of 100. Selected students were asked whether they approved of the proposed change in the school, and 70% responded that they did not approve. They wanted it later. Which of the following is the largest population to which the results of the survey can be generalized? Well, we can extrapolate to all the high school students in the county. We can't go to all high school students in the 8, and it would be sort of worthless to just count the 70. Okay, so, and 100 students that were surveyed. Okay, let's move on to 21. Thank you. Okay, so we have a graph here that we have to process first. The bar graph shown summarizes the total number of businesses in thousands and the total number of tourism-related businesses in thousands in Iceland for each of 7 years. And notice that the total is the dark graph, the gray is the tourism-related. So they tell us that tourism-related businesses employed 13.5 thousand people. So we want to get the mean number of employees. So we want to get all the employees over the number of businesses. And so we would have 13.5 thousand divided by, so we're going to 2009, which is 0.58 thousand, which would be about 580, right?
Yeah, 13.5 divided by 0.58.
Yeah, you could do it that way as well. And so you would get approximately, they say closest, so don't worry about being exact, 23. You could use your calculator for that one. Another question, in 2008, what percent of the total businesses were tourism related? Well, we can see that tourism related were 0.52. The total businesses were approximately 2.6. We would divide that and get about 0.2, which would translate into 20%. Okay, now moving on to 23. The heat capacity of a substance and the amount of energy in joules J required to raise the temperature of 1 gram of the substance by 1 degree Celsius. The heat capacity of water, it goes up 4.2 for joules for every gram or degree you add. So we're going to keep 1 gram of water, but we're going to take it from 22 to 30, which is up 8 degrees, times 4.2, and you could use your calculator.
33.6.
Which is approximately 34. Okay, now we have an exponential function, and they like to put these on the test. You'll probably get 1. So in 24, the given equation, by the way, we did think the math on this test was a little more difficult. From doing it for 25 years, I can probably say that. The given equation models the value of an antique dresser. T is our exponent there, years after its restoration. Which of the following equation best models the value of the dresser in months? So M is months. But T is years, and so we like to go through all kinds of problems, so everything is at your mental fingertips. So you're not having to analyze it fresh on test day. So we know that pretty much the dresser is going to be 1,000. It's going to go up 1.05. Now, the M is in months. So how many months in a year? 12 months in a year. So we would put 12 in for M, divided by 12 would give us 1 year. So the answer is C. And we give you lots of opportunities to try all kinds of these questions. 25. Okay, so for distinct real solutions, usually when you see that, depending on how hard the question is, you're going to test the discriminant. Even though this is an easier question, we're just going to go through the rules. So if b squared minus 4ac equals 0, there's one solution. if b squared minus 4ac, which is the discriminant in the quadratic formula, is greater than 0, there's 2, because you have a parabola. If b squared minus 4ac is less than 0, you would have no solution. So we have to solve this. So if we take x minus 5 and square it, we would get x squared minus 10x plus 25 plus 10x minus 50 plus 25.
Wait, why did you get that other 25 from? Oh, yeah, minus 50 plus 25, sorry.
Yeah. So that would reduce to x squared. We have additive inverses here. 25 and 25, that counterbalances the negative 50. So basically x squared is 0. So if we know pretty much we have a parabola like this, only one solution. If we wanted, we're just doing it more in depth in case you get a harder question. So if we tested b squared, the a is going to be
A is 1,
1,
B is 0,
b is 0, and c is 0. So if we just test the discriminant, we'll get 0 minus 4 times 1 times 0, which is 0. So that necessitates a 1 solution. And obviously, you could sort of intuitively see it right here.
Right.
Okay. Number 26. One of the two equations, see, they really like these linear systems, is given. This system has one solution. So we know, let's put this into y equals mx plus b form. So that'll be negative y minus 4x plus 3, dividing everything by a negative. Okay, so we know one solution. We have 3 possibilities. No solution, parallel lines, infinitely many, the same line. Anything else, 2 lines in Euclidean geometry will give us only one solution. You can never have 2. Okay, so let's try the first equation. So that would give us y equals 4x plus 6. Well, parallel lines. So that crashes and burns because the slopes are the same. We try b, we're going to get negative y equals minus 4x plus 3. Y is 4x minus 3. Again, parallel lines.
No, infinitely many solutions.
Oh, it's, yes.
It's the same line.
Same line. Sorry.
But it's still not what we want.
It's not what we want. It's the same line. I'm looking at this one. That was what my eyes got caught up in, the negative. Mm-hmm. So that's infinitely many lines, so that doesn't work. Let's try C. C is an excellent possibility because although we don't have the same slope, and so this would give us one solution. They would intersect. Just to try D for peace of mind, minus y is negative 4x plus 5. Y equals 4x minus 5. Again, the same slope, parallel lines. So we have parallel lines, infinitely many lines. Our answer is C for one solution. That's probably the quickest way to solve that. Okay, a drawing of an object. Now, when we do the ratio lessons, we sort of train you to put, so we're going to do inches, put the labels. Inches is to feet. So we know we have 4 inches is 9 feet. This way, if you put the labels on, you'll never make a mistake and put the wrong thing in the numerator or denominator here. The actual length of the object is 12 feet. We'll call x how much the object is in the drawing. 9x equals 48y. So we're trying to get the x. So we'll divide that by 9. That would reduce if we divide by 3 to 16y over 3, which is a match to answer choice C. So again, just a commercial to keep yourself honest, to label the your units at the beginning of a ratio.
Maybe we'll read this one first and then look at the answer choice.
Okay, let's look at 28. The dot plots shown each represent a data set. Which of the following statements best represents the means and the standard deviations? So to get the mean is just the average. So we're just going to add up what we have over how many items. And we sort of did this in cooking fashion for you. So there's, for data set A, there's 2 10s. You could just put this in your calculator.
2 10s, 5 15s.
Yeah.
6 20s, 5 25s, and 2 30s.
Yeah, and so that adds up to
400, and we have 20 total.
420 numbers, so the mean.
So 400 over 20, which is
20 for the mean for A.
Yeah, that's the mean for A is 20.
And B, we'll do the same thing.
So 4 times 10.
We're just going to do 4 times
plus
10.
4 times 15, plus 4 times 20, plus 4 times 25, plus 4 times 30.
And that again is 400 divided by 20 numbers. So the means are going to be exactly the same. Okay.
So the mean is 20 for both of them?
Yes.
What about their distribution?
Okay, now let's look at this.
Oh yeah, we got to look at the question, the answer choices as well.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Yeah, it's asking you about the standard deviation and the mean. So we just calculated that the means are equal, but the SAT requires you to know what standard deviation is, but you never have to actually calculate it.
Right.
So I'll let Mrs. Hessler explain what it is.
So you don't have to calculate standard deviation. You probably did that to get ready for your state exams. But I have this, actually, all you need to know, because if we...
Are you going to look at the figure?
Yeah, to look at the figure...
They're kind of clumped around the mean.
They're clumped around the mean. So
in figure A. Whereas B is all spread out.
Yeah.
Maybe draw the curve so they can see it.
So my little thing,
there you go.
It's sort of to add some levity. So as closest to the nose, and
like a bell curve, or
like a bell curve,
or a nose-shaped curve.
The lower the standard deviation, I know. So
the other one's all flattened out.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to go on a date with a person with this nose for sure. So the larger the spread,
the higher the deviation.
The larger the nose, the higher the deviation. And we go through all this in our program. But you don't need to know how to calculate it. You probably did that in sixth
grade. The data kind of looks like they're kind of clumped around 20, a little bit better in answer choice. Even though the means are identical,
right,
the deviation is different. So I'll let you explain how it's different here with our answer choice.
Okay, so we know the means are equal.
So it's A or B, right?
Right. But the standard deviation is less in A. And you're like, do I have to have a whole class in statistics to take the SAT? No. You just have to have a survey of some general knowledge that we'll provide for you. So the actual formula is you calculate all the points deviation and then get the average. But the closest, how I got that nose thing was you have a deviated septum in your nose, or a septum in your nose, cartilage. And if you've been in a fight, you have a deviated septum. So
it deviates from the middle.
It deviates from the middle. And
right.
So this nose would be pretty much Muhammad Ali after many fights. Okay. Just trying to interject some levity. Okay. 29. The expression 0.7x represents the result of decreasing a positive quantity x by what percent? So when we deal with percents, I like to start with 100. It's easy to see. So 0.7 times 100 would just be 70. And so it went down 30%. And we go through a lot of percent questions because some of them can be difficult, like subsequent percent increases and decreases. And you probably haven't dealt with percents in a while.
So here they're translating a function?
Mm-hmm. So this is the function we have. Y equals f of x plus 1. We want to just get f of x.
So it's been moved up by 1?
So it's moved up by 1. So we can sketch it in.
You're also going to go through 1, 3 once you move it down.
Yes.
Because right now you're going through 1, 4.
Yeah, so we're going through 1, 4, so we want to go down to 1, 3. I'm just sort of sketching it in. Now, obviously, you could put all these in a graphing calculator, but we know any number to the 0 power is 1. So if we put 0 in for here, we know that 0, 1 is part of our new function, which is the basic function, actually.
It also needs to go through 1, 3.
But, yeah, and remember I said about the 8 traps? This is a trap, because a lot of kids would either graph this or put in 0 and think, wow, that's it.
Yeah, I got it, but you didn't.
But let's try this one, because when we put in 0, we will get 1.
1, 3 needs to work.
But 1 will give us 3. And so we want answer choice B. Okay.
Kind of like a thinking backwards question, or
yes.
a translation question.
That's translating it down.
Could you work backwards if it was already translated for you? All right. We're on to 31 now?
We're on to 31. We're making good progress. Where the grid is already. Okay. Okay, so this one you could either use, if you're into dimensional analysis, over a period of 1 year, 2 points on opposite sides of a mid-ocean ridge moved a distance of 4 centimeters apart. What is this distance in meters? So if you're very trained in dimensional analysis, you know 100 centimeters is 1 meter.
Centimeters cancel.
Yes, and you would get 0.04
meters.
If you put that in, you could put it in as 0.04 or 2 over 50. Well, it'd be 1 over 25 actually, because you have to reduce fractions. Okay, you could also just do a ratio. You could just say meters to centimeters, and you would have 1 meter is 100 centimeters. We have 4 centimeters would be x, and we could just cross multiply, whatever you're happier with. Okay, the next one. Well, if you fly like an eagle above the problem, you might be able to see, wow, if x minus 3 is 0, those are going to be equal. But let's chug it out. 7x minus 21. So we're going to subtract the 2x, 5x equals 15. So x is 3, but remember, we want 3 minus 3, and so 0 would be the correct one for that, for 32. Moving on to 33. One of the factors of 2xxx plus 2 times 7xx plus 2 times 12x is x plus b, where b is the positive constant. So how can we break this down? We're going to factor out a 2x. So sometimes in the later questions, you have to think about factoring out. And so now we're almost home, because we know what two numbers would multiply to give us 12, added together to give us 7, and it would be 3 and 4.
Yep. Can you close that?
Yes. Sorry.
And then you still have a 2x up front, right?
Yeah. But
so you could put in either, right?
You could put in either 3 or 4. Don't put them both in. But there are some gridding questions for which they will take a variety of answers. Now this one, we want to get a median class size. And I know in middle school, you would write down, the teachers trained you to write down 10 21s, 13 22s.
You don't have that kind of time.
You don't have that kind of time. they kept you busy in middle school so you wouldn't keep them busy. I know because I was a middle school teacher for a while. So anyway, we want to get the middle number. So let's sort of analyze this.
So you have
from
10
above.
21s, 13 22s, 30 23s, 36 24s, and 20 25s.
So we're sort of flying like an eagle above the question. So now we see that to get us to this point, we have
53.
53. To get us to this point, we have 56.
So the median has to be.
So the
that's
median
24
has to be in the 36 zone,
which was 24.
which is 24. And so you don't want to take all the time to write all of those numbers.
You don't have that kind of time.
Yeah. Okay, let's go on to 35, which is a system problem. So when you have a system or a word problem, it's usually going to be a problem will be either linear, quadratic, or a system. So let's look at this one. When Arvin walks from home to class, he burns 4.2 calories per minute. But when he rides his bike, he burns 5.1 calories. He's spending 2 hours walking and bicycling. So let's just change. We have to get the minutes. So 2 hours would be 120 minutes. We're going to do that conversion right here. So we're going to have biking plus walking is 120, and then we'll look for the calorie burn. So when he's riding his bike, it's 5.1 calories. When he's walking, it's 4.2 calories, and his total calorie for the whole experience is 531.
You lost your W there.
Oh, I'm sorry. If this vertical screen is harder than you think. Okay, so what we want to do
So is
now,
that an equal sign? I think you erased some of it.
yeah,
Okay.
we want to get the walking time. So let's do the additive inverse of the bicycling. 80% of their systems will be with linear elimination. So we're going to train you on that because
It's just usually faster than substitution.
it's faster than substitution with a little bit less errors. So we're going to multiply this by a negative 5.1, this by a negative 5.1, and this by a negative 5.1. So our top equation will now, these will be additive inverses. Negative 5.1 plus 4.2 is a negative 0.9. Walking equals negative 5.1 times 120.
Yeah, so that's negative 612, and you're going to add that to 531.
Yes, and you're going to get a negative
Negative 81.
81, and we divide 81 by negative 0.9, and we're going to get 90 minutes. Now you could have kept it in terms of hours and then changed it, but because it's a pretty easy conversion, and to calm you down, you don't have to know any, like 1760 feet in a mile. You don't have to know any out of the ordinary conversions.
5,280 feet in a mile.
Feet
You
in a
didn't say yards.
Oh, I was going to say yards. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So here we have a figure, and you sort of have to train yourself to draw lines. And they don't say clue, draw the lines. So in the circle shown, we give you lots of experience with this. Point 0 is the center, and diameter UX bisects WY at point Z. So the radius of the circle is 6. So we could pretty much say OX is 6. So we know that XZ is 2. And so this would have to be 4. Right now we have to draw a line. We have to draw this line.
And that's length 6, that new line you just drew.
Yeah, I'm going to draw this. This is our radius. Because it goes, I'm trying to put the triangle out here so it's
so
a leaf.
6 and 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we don't, this is going to be our x. We don't know what it is. So now we have to use the good old Pythagorean theorem. which is, the test is very predictable, but it helps to have a lot of experience with problems. So we're going to subtract 16. So x squared is 20. And so we would put 20 in for the x. Okay.
So
the answer.
X equals square root of 20, and they only want the 20 part.
Yes.
Notice they only want what's under the radical.
They only want what's under the radical. Very good.
All right. So you got a couple more.
A couple more. But actually, they put softball questions at the end. I couldn't believe this.
Not too bad. I've seen harder circle questions on this.
No, I mean, these are softball questions at the end. Okay. At a certain location in the Columbia River, the velocity of the water flow at different depths was measured. The scatter plot shown gives 11 measurements of the velocity v in feet per second of the water at various depths d in feet, and they give us a line for best fit. According to the line of best fit, what's the predicted velocity of the water flow in feet per second at 4 feet? Well, this is not very hard. Like really softball.
Right,
1.2.
some easy ones at the end.
I know, which is unusual.
Which is rare, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the other part of that question.
Yes.
You're going to use the graph again.
Yes, we're going to use the graph again. For what fraction of the data points in the scatter plot is the velocity of the water flow predicted by the line of best fit greater than the measured velocity? So the line of best fit is greater than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it would be 5, and the total points are 11, right?
Yep, 5 out of 11.
5 out of 11. Okay, so that was the math section. When we do our program, you can be in the, wherever you are, in the comfort of your own home, participating with us. You don't have to drive anywhere. And we have seen the same results that we get, usually an increase of about 100 points in math, up to 200 points in math, depending on where you start, and then 60 to 100 points in the reading score, which is 1/3 of the reading score is your grammar, and Jim's going to take you through the grammar of this test right now.
All right. So we are going to jump to section 2 of this test now, which is the writing and language test. All right. So yeah, again, my name is Mr. Hessler, and as Christine, I believe, mentioned, I do have a degree in English from Penn State, so we're going to talk about the English half of the test now. I'm going to find where this section begins. This will be section 2, which is the writing and language test. We're going to do the reading last. I just figured because it's the longest section, it takes the most amount of time to do the reading section. It's 65 minutes long. That's why I'm going to do that one last. I figured we'd get the math out of the way because that won't take super long. And then this writing section is also not that long. You only have 35 minutes to complete this on the SAT. And primarily the writing and language test, it's primarily testing you on grammar. It also tests you a little bit on the conventions of style and composition, but mostly grammar. I'd say it's probably 80% just grammar questions. Could you answer some basic English questions? Could you correct their grammar with these sort of poorly written passages or messed up passages? So we're just going to start with the first one. I'm just finding the page here. And it's called An Advocate for Alaska Native Rights. And we're going to do questions 1 through 11. So let's look at the first question. I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would mean the answer choice A is correct. But they also give us some other options. We could choose A, or we could choose B, C, or D if we wanted to change the passage. So A is as written, don't change a thing. That means that the sentence was correct. Don't change anything. This right here, this word here would be right. if we're not changing something, but then they let us change it to these other options if we need to. So I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would be answer choice A, and then we'll decide if we want to change it. All right, so in the first half of the 20th century, indigenous peoples living in what was then the U.S. territory of Alaska was subject to pervasive discrimination. So what they're testing you on here is subject-verb agreement. Just make a note of that right here. So a subject must agree with its verb in number, and plural subjects take plural verb forms, and singular subjects take singular verb forms. So the subject, I'm just going to make a little note of what the subject is. Every sentence has a subject. It's a requirement in English. By definition, every sentence contains a subject. It's just always the doer of the action. And for this sentence, it's indigenous peoples. So I'm just going to write a little note here. And it's kind of hard to write on this tab. I'm going to do my best here, but trust me, it's strange writing on glass. It's not. I'm going to do my best with my penmanship, but it's a little different than writing on a chalkboard for whatever reason. It's kind of hard. All right, so our subject is indigenous peoples, and we need the correct form of to be. We just need a correct form of our to be verb. And indigenous peoples, that's plural. Our subject is plural. So we need a plural form of to be. And this is actually not A. A would be singular. We do want a past tense form of to be, but it would actually be were. Let me read it in the context of the sentence. So you can see that plural subjects take plural verbs. In this case, we need a plural form of to be, which is a simple past tense were. So here's the plural form read back in the sentence, the corrected form. In the first half of the 20th century, indigenous peoples living in what was then the U.S. territory of Alaska were subject to pervasive discrimination. Okay. So plural subjects take plural verb forms. In this case, it's a plural verb form of to be. So not too bad for our first question, but they'll probably get harder. All right, so Schenk, I'm just going to read the sentence. Number 2. Schenk, whose mother was Inupiaq, worked at one of them. They would actually consider this to be ambiguous. This them here, they would consider this to be an ambiguous pronoun. Let me make a note of this. So watch out for ambiguous pronouns on the SAT. Pronoun ambiguity is always incorrect on the SAT. If you can't clearly tell what this is, what these they are, this them, you probably need to select a better answer choice, which would actually be C, such theater. Let me just read this sentence, and I'm going to read this previous sentence too, which mentions the theaters. Let me read these sentences kind of back to back so you can see why we would want to mention the theater again. We want to mention the antecedent. So in English, by definition, every pronoun must have an antecedent. We must be able to figure out that to which we're referring. And in this case, they would consider this ambiguous. They would consider answer choice A, and this would be an ambiguous them. Who are they? What are we talking about? So let me read these two sentences kind of back to back, and you can see why we would probably want to mention the antecedent again, which would be C, rather than use a pronoun that's pretty ambiguous. So I'm just going to read these two sentences kind of back to back. Indigenous peoples living in what was then the U.S. territory of Alaska were subject to pervasive discrimination, including segregation from white residents in settings such as schools, stores, restaurants, and movie theaters. Schenk, whose mother was Inupiaq, worked at one such theater. So that eliminated the pronoun ambiguity that we got with answer choice A. Now we know that we're talking about the theater, which was mentioned right here. So watch out for pronoun ambiguity on the test. It's always incorrect. If you can't clearly determine what the antecedent is, you'd probably want to put the antecedent back in the sentence. And pronouns have antecedents. For example, if I can use the pronoun he to refer back to Bob. Bob will be the antecedent, and he is a singular pronoun we reserve for individuals that could refer back to Bob. In this case, we can't use an ambiguous pronoun they or them here. It's much better to put such theater back into our passage. It adds clarity and makes the writing easier to understand rather than harder to understand with this ambiguous pronoun. All right, for number 3, I want to kind of give you 2 strategies for this type of question. I want sort of to give you maybe just a general strategy that can be helpful on the SAT, but I also want to tell you maybe how an English teacher would explain this concept as well. But for this type of question, there's like 2 different ways to approach such a question. I'm going to create just a little diagram here. So we have an English door we could go through. We could maybe how an English teacher would solve this question. We also have a strategy door, and I want to draw a little strategy door here. And the strategy for this type of question would be count the number of words in the answer choice. Why is this a good strategy? Well, on the SAT, the concise answer choice is usually the correct answer choice. The wordy answer choice is usually the incorrect answer choice. So they're sort of testing you on concision, which is using clarity with your writing, using fewer words, only as many words as necessary. That would be the concise way of phrasing yourself. So they're testing you on concision versus wordiness. So certainly you could use a wordy way of expressing yourself. You could use way more words than you need to get your point across. That's going to be the worst way of writing, at least according to the College Board. The College Board prefers short and sweet. If you can get your point across with fewer words, you probably should. So that's the strategy of count the number of words in the answer choice. Watch answer choice A. It was only 3 words long. I'm going to put a little 3 here. Answer choice B is 5 words long. I'm going to put a 5 here. Answer choice C is also 5 words long. And answer choice D is a wordy 6 words long. So I can already kind of tell that it's probably answer choice A that is correct. Now, when I count the number of words, when I use this strategy on the SAT, I never use that as the only reason why it's the right answer, in my opinion. But I use that information to inform my decision. I certainly do. So it's a very useful strategy that you can use to eliminate some wordy answer choices, because one of the things that they're going to test you on is this idea of concision versus wordiness. The shorter answer choices on the writing section. Now, this only applies to the writing section, which is the section we're working on. I'm not talking about the reading. I'm not talking about the math. But for this particular section, it's very helpful to write the number of words in the answer choices right out in front of the answers so that you can kind of eliminate some wordy answer choices. But what would the English teacher say? The English teacher would say, well, yeah, those answer choices like B, C, and D, what is making them wordier is probably redundancy. So the strategy door would be to count the number of words, and an English teacher would probably say, yeah, the redundant answer choice is incorrect. Well, what is redundancy? Redundancy is any kind of unnecessary or excessive repetition. And what do I mean by that? Look at this. If you're obliged to do something, you're compelled to do something. It's the exact same idea. So if you're obligated, if you're compelled to come to school at a particular time, or if you're obliged to uphold the theater's segregationist seating policy, that means you are compelled, you're obligated. So these are redundant. Answer choice B is out. Yes, it's wordy, but it's also redundant. And if you're compelled to enforce something, upholding it would be the same thing. It's redundant. Obliged to uphold, that is enforced, like this really wordy answer choice D, these are all incorrect. So yes, the concise way of phrasing was the correct way of phrasing it. So you can try my strategy door. It's not cheating to count the number of words in the answer choices on the writing section. It can be a very helpful way to determine, okay, is this a concise way of phrasing this, or is this a wordy way of phrasing this? Does this have unnecessary words in it? Whereas an English teacher would say, yeah, those other answer choices are longer because of the redundancy. So however you want to try this type of question, I definitely want to get you used to this idea of counting the number of words in the answer choices on the writing section. It's not cheating. It can be a very useful way to determine which is probably the right answer choice. And then I want you to go back and also come up with another reason. In this case, maybe I would point to the redundancy. Yeah, I'd say, okay, well, those other answer choices are incorrect because of the redundancy. That's what's making them so wordy. If you can express yourself clearly with just 3 words, you probably should, at least according to the College Board. So just keep that in mind. We're gonna see this strategy again and again and again. 9 times out of 10, the wordy answer choice is incorrect. Usually it's the case that the concise answer choice is right. So I just wanted to get you used to that idea of doing this. It's not cheating. Keep in mind, is this a concise way of phrasing this? Is this a very wordy way of phrasing this? Could this sentence be shortened and with its meaning still completely intact? All right, let's look at number 4. So number 4 says, which choice most effectively establishes the significance of the series of events discussed in the paragraphs that follow? So we are looking for significance. I'm gonna read answer choice A, which would be no change. I'm gonna read this sentence as written, but then we will decide if we want to change this based on the paragraphs that follow these paragraphs down here. So I'm just gonna read it as written, and then we'll decide if we want to change it. So number 4 says, Schenck decided to act, setting off a series of events that helped encourage dozens of Native Americans to go to the theater and sit where they wanted. Is that the most significant answer choice? I don't think so. The most significant answer choice would pertain... Sorry, I'm just trying to write something. The most significant answer choice would pertain to the legal significance. What would be the legal significance given our answer choices? A, helping encourage the dozen of Native Americans to go to the theater and sit where they wanted. That would not pertain to the ultimate legal significance of Schenck's decision to act. So that wouldn't give us the most significance. A is out. What if Schenck decided to act, setting off a series of events that influenced the community of Nome to elect Schenck as their Queen of Nome? That may be a true statement. That would not pertain to the most significant thing, which I just said is the legal significance of Schenck's decision to act. So B is out. Even if it's a true thing, even if they elected her Queen of Nome, that doesn't show us the legal significance, which is what we are most interested in the paragraphs that follow. What about C? Schenck decided to act, setting off a series of events that united an outspoken teenager and a powerful politician in the fight against racism. That's a true statement, I believe. It still does not give us the ultimate legal decision. Sorry, it does not give us the ultimate legal significance of Schenck's decision to act. That answer choice would actually be D. Here's where we see the legal significance in Schenck deciding to act. Schenck decided to act, setting off a series of events that helped inspire the passage of a groundbreaking law banning discrimination in Alaska. So that answer choice would actually give us the most significant thing that we were looking for, which was the legal significance of Schenck's decision. So even if some of the other answer choices have truth to them, or maybe it's possible that they elected this person Queen of Nome, or maybe this outspoken teenager partnered with the politician to fight racism, that's true. But the most significant thing would be the legal significance of her action, which is D. All right, moving on to 5. All right, I'm going to read, it seems to be a vocabulary question. This is how they test vocab on the SAT. They test it in context. I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would be answer choice A, but then we'll decide if we want to change it. All right, so I'm just going to read 5, and we'll just see if unrelated makes sense here. And on the SAT, you have to always select the most correct answer choice. They say even if some answer choices may appear to be correct or may have some slight truth to them, but they always want what is called the most correct answer choice. So there may be a better word than the one that is in the passage over here. Let's see if unrelated makes sense, or there may be a most correct answer choice here, a better word. So even if it has some truth to it, or if it almost sounds like it would work, watch out for that. We want the most correct vocabulary word here to select for number 5. So I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would be answer choice A. We'll see if that makes sense, and then we'll see if maybe we can find a better word. Schenk's initial act of protest took the form of a letter that she wrote to the editor of the Nome Nugget, a local newspaper. In her letter, Schenk spoke out against the seating of Alaska Native and white patrons in unrelated sections of Nome's Dream Theater. And you would maybe think that would make sense, that, okay, well, they're splitting up the races here, so maybe they are in unrelated sections. That's what I would call a near word. Watch out for near words. This is just a term that I'm using for a word that would almost make sense in the context of this passage, but it's not the best word. We want the most correct answer choice here, and not a near word, not a word that would almost make sense. It would almost make sense that, okay, well, we have this one race over here in this section, so maybe we have the other races in this section. Perhaps they are in unrelated sections, but that's not the best answer choice. The correct answer choice would actually be in separate. They are in separate sections of Nome's Dream Theater. That's a more accurate description of what is actually occurring, and not just a near word. Or, it would almost make sense that they are unrelated parts of this theater, but that's not what they are. They are in separate places in the theater because separation is segregation. Maybe I'll just make a note of that right here. So to separate the races, separation equals segregation. They're the same thing. So if they're segregating the races, they are separating them intentionally. It's not an unrelated thing. It's intentional. It's to separate is to segregate. They're the same thing. So separation is segregation here. Let me read the correct version in here. Let's maybe quickly discuss how this is the most correct version of this passage. All right. In her letter, Schenk spoke out against the seating of Alaska Native and white patrons in separate sections of Nome's Dream Theater. So that's more accurately what's going on here. Not that they're in unrelated sections. They are in segregated sections or separate sections. So you need the most correct version of the passage. That's what you're looking for. For number 5, so that's why 5 is C. Separation is segregation. It's the same thing. All right, number 6. All right, I'm going to read this sentence as written, and then we will decide, is supported the best word? This looks like it's a tense question. I'll just make a note of this right here. They're talking about tenses. I can tell because all the answer choices are in different tenses. So, yeah, it's a tense question. Answer choice A looks like we'd be in past tense. Answer choice B means we're in future tense if something will happen. Future. C and D are present tense. Just put a big present here. All right, so are we in past tense, future tense, or present tense? C and D would both be in present. All right, I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would be past tense. We'll determine if that's right, or if we want to change it, maybe we could put it in future tense, or we could put it in present tense. I'm just going to read question 6, the sentence for question 6. Moved by her story, Gruning supported Schenk, securing an apology from the mayor of Nome for her treatment. And I think that's the right answer. We were in past tense. We're talking about events that occurred before now, so it would make sense that we'd be in past tense. It would be very strange if we were in future tense all of a sudden. Like, let me read this in the context of this paragraph. Could we suddenly be in future here? Or would this be weird if we suddenly end up in the future tense? Let's try it. Moved by her story, Gruning will support Schenk, securing an apology from the mayor of Nome for her treatment. That makes no sense. We're talking about events that we know occurred in the past. How can we suddenly be in the future tense be? That just doesn't work. So all we wanted to do was stay in past tense, which would be answer choice A. They're just testing you on tense. Could you pick the right tense if you had to? Do you know that we are in fact in past tense? Because we're telling a story that already happened. So it makes sense that we're in past tense, not future or not present. It would be just as strange if we suddenly ended up in present tense. Move by your story, Gruning supports Schenk. We can't be in present tense. It makes no sense. So of course we're in past tense here. That makes the most sense. Like read any other sentence in this paragraph and you know that they're all in past tense. Her experience was cited as a prime example or whatever. Any of these sentences, they're all in past tense. So we have to stay in past tense. So number 7, they will test you on transitional words and phrases. So which answer choice gives you the best transition? I'm going to read it as written, and we'll decide if in other words works, which would be answer choice A, or we might want to pick a different answer choice. We go over them we have an SAT course. We go over all the types of transitional words and phrases that you need to be familiar with in English. There are 4 different types of transitions that we commonly encounter in English. A few of them, there's additive transitions, there are adversarial transitions, there are causal transitions, and there are sequential transitions. We can sequence information. So those are the 4 different types of transitions, just in case you're curious. I don't think in other words makes sense. I don't think this is answer choice A. Let me read answer choice A and see if you think it makes sense here. I don't think it does. Here would be A. No change. Schenk's influence did not end there, in other words. In 1945, when the Alaska Territorial Legislature was debating an equal rights bill, her experience was cited as a prime example of the unfair treatment of minority groups. I don't think the logic of, in other words, fits here. We don't need the logic of that transition. It actually does not fit. We need an adversarial transition. Well, I'm just writing a note that they're testing us on transitional words and phrases. Transitions. And we want an adversarial transition. Let's write this word down. Now, adversarial transitions, I'll put a little minus sign here. They subtract things. And these are words like despite, although, however. They're adversarial in nature. They subtract things or they move us into the opposite direction. The opposite direction. They either subtract things, they maybe, and they vary in intensity. So they may make small concessions, but they're adversarial in nature. They move us into the opposite direction than we would anticipate. An additive transition, it would be something like, for example, that moves us into the same direction that we would anticipate, but we need a word here that's adversarial in nature that moves us into the opposite direction. It is this word, however. Let me read however back in here, and you can see why we need an adversarial transition in the context of this paragraph and sort of see what works here. So, Schenk's influence did not end there, however. In 1945, when the Alaska Territorial Legislature was debating an equal rights bill, her experience was cited as a prime example of the unfair treatment of minority groups. So hopefully you could see that transition. So correct transitions in English make your writing easier to understand. They clarify meaning rather than just leaving it up for the reader to sort of infer what the meaning is. It's nice to give your reader a transition. In this case, we need an adversarial transition to show that something kind of unexpected or something that's going to move us into the opposite direction is coming. All right, so that's why 7 is C. Number 8, it looks like we may have to combine these. I don't think we have 2 sentences. Let me just read this, and let's see what we're dealing with. I'm going to read it as written, the way that I've just been reading it. In 1945, when the Alaska Territorial Legislature was debating an equal rights bill, that's a fragment. Do you see how I just stopped there abruptly? I already know answer choice A is out. This is a fragment.
So by definition, every sentence in English expresses a complete thought. This is not a complete thought, what I just read. I'm going to read it again. In 1945, when the Alaska Territorial Legislature was debating an equal rights bill, period, is not a sentence. That will never be a sentence. I can't just abruptly punctuate that fragment. It's a fragment, not a sentence. So A is out. I know A is out. And could we count the number of words? Would that be helpful? Probably. It probably would. But here, I want to tell you that there are 3 ways that we can offset parenthetical information in English, and they actually vary in intensity. So maybe I'll write these three ways down. So yeah, so you can offset parenthetical. Sorry, spell this right. You can offset parenthetical information in 3 ways in English. You can do it with commas. Actually, I should do them because they vary in intensity. So I should do them in order of intensity. With parentheses. So that would be the least intensive. Commas or em dashes. All right, so I'm going to put a little reminder here. We have least intensive. I'm going to put parentheses over here. That'd be the least intensive way to offset parenthetical information in English. The next most intensive way would be commas. Open it with a comma, close it with a comma. And the most intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information in English would be with em dashes, these strong dashes. Now let's see which can we use here. Okay, so we need commas here, which would be B. So in 1945, when the Alaska Territorial Legislature was debating an equal rights bill, comma, her experience was cited as a prime example. So we just need a comma for that one. That one was B. Not too bad. I know we're gonna come back to the whole thing again. All right, number 9. Her story affected lawmakers just as it had Gruning, and it helped assure the passage of the Alaska Discrimination Act of 1945. All right, so for this one, I'm going to give you a strategy to fight unnecessary punctuation. If you see punctuation on the SAT and you think it may be unnecessary, I want you to try this strategy. I've just been calling it the stutter strategy. So I want you to read the part of the passage and listen for stutters. I'm going to try answer choices B, C, and D. And I'm going to try to really exaggerate this. So in English, any type of punctuation creates a pause. A comma creates a pause, a colon creates a pause, end of sentence punctuation such as periods or question marks, they all create pauses. Do you hear any unnecessary pauses? Do you hear any stutters in this sentence? I'm going to try answer choice B. Let me read it like B. And I'm going to try to really exaggerate any unnatural pauses that may be occurring here. Her story affected lawmakers just as it had Gruning, and it helped assure the passage of the Alaska Discrimination Act of 1945. Do you see how I just stuttered? Answer choice B definitely contains a stutter. What about C? Would this colon here create a stutter? I think it may. Let's try it. I'm just going to try answer choice C now. I'm just reading for a stutter. Use your ear and kind of hear. Is there an unnatural pause somewhere in this sentence? Something that you would pick up on if someone said it like this in a conversation. I'm going to try C now. Her story affected lawmakers just as it had Gruning, and it helped assure the passage of the Alaska Anti-Discrimination Act of 1945. That's the same thing. And answer choice D would also contain that same stutter I was talking about. So the correct answer choice for number 9 was actually A, no change. So watch out for unnecessary punctuation. So sometimes punctuation is necessary, but just realize that even a comma is going to introduce a brief pause in your writing. And I'm just calling this the stutter strategy. Can you find unnecessary punctuation by reading it back in the sentence and exaggerating it? All right, number 10. The writer is considering revising the underlined portion to the following. So instead of just ending the sentence with 1945, should the writer say, I'm going to read the whole thing. Her story affected lawmakers just as it had Gruning, and it helped assure the passage of the Alaska Anti-Discrimination Act of 1945, the first piece of U.S. legislation to outlaw discrimination. Should the writer add this information? We also have to pick yes or no, but also why or why not. So the writer should make this addition. It does help our passage. It does give some support. It does give us more information that is useful and necessary. It is not beyond the scope of this passage to make this addition here. It does belong because it shows the historical significance of this piece of legislation, right? This predates Brown versus Board, which that was a very important Supreme Court decision. They unanimously ruled that segregation in schools is unlawful. But this is 1945. Brown versus Board hasn't even happened yet. So yes, this is historically significant. This is hugely significant that states are already passing laws against discrimination in 1945. That is important, right? Because it underscores the historical significance of this piece of legislation. It does not demonstrate the importance of anti-discrimination legislation, which would be B, as much as it shows the historical significance of this piece of legislation. So 10 is A. Yes, the author should add it, but mostly because of its historical importance. It doesn't really demonstrate the importance of anti-discrimination legislation, which would be B. So that's why 10 is A. That's why we should add this information. It does help our passage. It does give us more information that is useful and really gets this topic, tells us more about this topic. Okay, so that was sort of a revision question. Should the author revise this passage in such a way? And I think the author definitely should. So 10 was A, and now 11. Which choice most logically builds on the information provided earlier in the paragraph? So I'm going to read the sentence as written, which would be A, don't change a thing. But then I'm going to tell you what I think this is. The information that's provided in the paragraph. I'm going to tell you what I think that is after I read it as written. I'm going to read it as written first, which would be answer choice A. Should we just leave it the way it is, or should we change it? So here's answer choice A, which would be don't change it. Schenck retroactively came to be known as the Rosa Parks of Nome because she had inspired many Alaska natives to refuse to change seats in movie theaters only months before the first 2 Alaska natives were elected as House representatives to Alaska's territorial legislature. So the question said, which choice most logically builds on the information provided earlier in the paragraph? And you know what the information provided earlier in the paragraph is? It's this. Rosa Parks of Nome. We want an answer choice. It's not A. We want an answer choice that gives us something about this. We want to set up this information that I just circled. This is the information that they provided us earlier in the question. We are looking for an answer choice that references Rosa Parks of Nome. Which answer choice references Rosa Parks of Nome? It would be C for this one. Let me answer in black, I guess, for consistency's sake. This one is C. This references the information that we are provided earlier on in the sentence. Now that we've locked it on an answer choice, let me read answer choice C back in. And you'll see, does this set up the information that's provided earlier in the sentence, this idea of the Rosa Parks of Nome? And it really should. Schenck retroactively came to be known as the Rosa Parks of Nome because she had inspired many Alaska natives to refuse to change seats in movie theaters, much as Parks, 11 years later, had inspired African Americans to reject segregated seating on buses. So wow, this even predates Rosa Parks and her contribution. So that's fascinating. I did not know that. So I learned everything from SAT passages. I like to tell people I learned so much from these things. So that sets up this idea of Rosa Parks of Nome. The other answer choices do not set up the idea of Rosa Parks of Nome. This is the only answer choice that references Parks. So this is the right answer choice because it does build on the information provided earlier on in the paragraph, this idea of a Rosa Parks of Nome. All right, so that one was C. All right, we're on to the next passage. So that wasn't too bad. We already tackled one of these. So now we're reading about the business of entrepreneurship education for number 12. So immediately, I can see answer choices that vary widely in the amount of words. I'm going to count the number of words. It's not cheating. It's not cheating, for example, to notice that answer choice D is only 5 words long, whereas answer choice A, no change, is 8 words long. Answer choice B is a wordy 9 words long. Sorry, that's a 9. Answer choice, it's hard to write on this tablet. I'm sorry. Yeah, that's 9. Answer choice C is a wordy 8 words long. Is it probably the shorter answer choice? Yes, it probably is. Should you come up with another reason? Absolutely. What would an English teacher say? An English teacher wouldn't just count the number of words and then say, well, clearly it's D. I mean, that's a useful strategy on this section of the test, but an English teacher would come up with another reason. I'm going to read the sentence as written, and then I'll try to figure out why it's not A, B, or C. So here we go. Research shows that many of these programs use and employ the format of standard lectures. Did you realize how redundant that is? If you're using something, you're employing it. They mean the exact same thing. If you pick up a dictionary and if you look up to employ, you might see a definition of to use. And similarly, if you look up to use, you'll probably see a definition of to employ. This is redundant. Answer choice A is redundant. And redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT. The redundant answer choices are the wrong answer choices. What about C? C has another redundancy. If something is conventional, it is the standard. They mean the exact same thing. It's redundant. If something is conventional, if the conventional method is the lecture method, it's the standard method. It's the same. You're saying the same thing. Redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT. It just is. So whether you counted the number of words to eliminate those wordy answer choices, or if you spotted some of the redundancy that I just showed you, to use something is to employ it. It means the same thing. Or if something is conventional, it is the standard method. It's the same thing. So watch out for wordy answer choices. 9 times out of 10, the concise way of phrasing something is the correct way of phrasing something on the SAT. The incorrect answer choices often contain so many extra words that are just completely unnecessary. So I like to count the number of words. It's not cheating to count the number of words on the SAT writing section. It really isn't. The wordy answer choices are probably the wrong answer choices. The concise one is probably the right one. But I do like to give you what an actual English teacher would say. Well, the English teacher would say, yeah, those sentences are longer. They're longer because of the redundancy. Redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT. All right, 13. All right, so we're on to the next question. All right, I'm going to read this sentence again. Research shows that many of these programs use the standard lecture format to teach students how to successfully develop and manage new business ventures, but modern scholars studying EE noted that entrepreneurs learn best through hands-on experience. Okay, So it's another vocabulary question. They will test you on vocab. They always test you in vocab, and it's always in context. Watch out for anything that doesn't sound idiomatic. It doesn't sound like something that you would commonly say. Watch out for things that are non-idiomatic. Like a non-idiomatic expression might sound a little funny. Like business missions to me sounds a little funny. Or what are business exertions? I don't think that's quite the right word. Business missions, it sounds informal and it sounds non-idiomatic. It just doesn't sound correct that you would go on a business mission. Soldiers may have a mission, a business mission, or a business exertion. I've never heard anyone talk to me about some business exertion that they performed. It just doesn't, it's kind of playing off that idea of a near word, something that would almost make sense that you could go on a business mission, but it's unidiomatic or non-idiomatic, and it's horribly informal if you're talking to your buddies about some kind of business mission that you were on. What about speculations? So speculation is possible with regard to business, but you know what it is? It's actually a pejorative term. And well, what does pejorative mean? That just means that it has negative connotation if it's pejorative. So if you're speculating, you know what that is? It's high risk. That's not a normal business. That's a super high risk business. You're probably going to lose all of your money if you're involved in business speculation. Speculation is not considered to be a good thing in business. It's high risk, it's high reward, but it's high risk. You're probably going to lose all of your money. Business speculations is incorrect here. It's a pejorative term. It has negative connotation. We don't like speculators. We don't like people with their high risk business ventures because the investors are going to lose all their money. That's what's wrong with speculation. That's sort of why we tend to look at speculation as not a valid business plan, typically, because the risk is so high. All those investors are probably going to lose their money. The correct answer is just A. Talking about business ventures makes the most sense. It is idiomatic to talk about business ventures. People speak about their business ventures every day, and it lacks this concept of speculation that's in answer choice B. We don't like these high risk, high reward situations. Sure, you could make $1 million, but probably all the investors are going to lose all of their money. That's what's most likely to happen. That's why we're a little skeptical of business speculation, but a business venture sounds good. It sounds like something you might want to be a part of. So watch out for informal ideas such as business missions. Doesn't quite make sense. Or a business exertion. I've never heard anyone tell me about some business exertion. I've had people tell me about their business plan or their business venture. That makes the most sense here. All right, 14. The writer's considering deleting the underlined sentence. Should it be kept or deleted? So does this sentence give us some non-essential information? Have we deviated from the subject of this paragraph? I think we have. Let me read the sentence. I'm going to read the first. Maybe I'll read the first sentence and then I'll read this second one here. So one EE program that provides such experiential opportunities can be found at the Dun Lauher Institute of Art, Design and Technology, IADT, in Ireland. Founded in 1997, the Institute enrolls over 2,000 students. There, entrepreneurship students in one class are required to work in teams to develop products for sale at a local market. So is this useful information? I don't believe it is. I believe that this information should be deleted just because it's a little irrelevant, which is C. It shouldn't be deleted because it fails to describe the philosophy on which the school was founded, and it doesn't really establish the school's credentials so much. It tells us when the school was founded, but it really tells me nothing of this school's credentials, even if it enrolls over 2,000 even if it enrolls over 2,000 students, it doesn't really give me an idea of the credentials of this school. It should be eliminated because it introduces it's not pertinent information. I'm going to eliminate it. I'm just going to cross this whole thing out. This improves the sentence. I don't need to give you some slightly relevant information mid-paragraph. It's only going to disrupt the flow of this paragraph to suddenly talk about when this institute was founded and it's over 2,000 students. So it improves the sentence to actually it improves the paragraph to actually take this out. So watch out for relevance versus irrelevance. So it doesn't really establish the school's credentials, answer choice A. It doesn't give us a detail important for understanding the school's teaching methods. I don't think it does. It tells us nothing about the teaching methods. So it should be deleted, not because it fails to describe the philosophy upon which the school was founded. It's more C. It should be deleted because it disrupts the flow of my paragraph to just suddenly give you some minutia, some information that's not pertinent. It's more disruptive than anything. So yeah, that's sort of beyond the scope of our passage. We gave an irrelevant detail there. Let's see if we can remove it. And remove it is the best idea here. All right, 15. It looks like it's another tense question. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah, we kind of need to see which form of this verb we need. Do we need the infinitive form, which would be A? So infinitives are any verb form that includes the word to, like to be, to camp, I don't know, to hike. I'm just coming up with infinitive forms. To hike, to bike, to swim. Any of these are all infinitive forms of these verbs. They include the to. So did we need the to, which would be answer choice A? Or maybe we need to conjugate the verb correctly. Can we conjugate the verb to devise and pick the right one? The students researched the market and its potential customers and to devise plans for implementing the logistical duties of entrepreneurship. So we definitely did not want the infinitive form. All we need would be the correct conjugation. Could you conjugate a verb if you had to on the SAT? Could you? Yeah, I don't think we're in the future tense. That would be weird. So this would be an incorrect conjugation. All right, so can we pick the correct conjugation? This is supposed to be a question mark here. Sorry. It's hard to write on this tablet. Future tense? Let's try that first. Maybe we can eliminate the future tense. The students research the market and its potential customers and will devise plans for implementing the logistical duties of entrepreneurship, including financing, marketing, and merchandising. Why are we suddenly in the future tense? I think we need the present tense. We just need be. Yeah, let me read this incorrect conjugation here. The students research the market and its potential customers and devising plans for implementing the logistical duties of entrepreneurship. D made no sense. Let me read the correct conjugation and we'll see why it's B here. The students research present tense. They research the market and its potential customers and devise plans for implementing the logistical duties of entrepreneurship. So answer choice B is the correct conjugation, and we are in present tense, which is correct, right? This word here indicates that we're in the present tense. The students research, it doesn't say will research, the students research the market and its potential customers and devise plans for implementing the logistical duties of entrepreneurship. So that's the correct conjugation of this verb here. We did not need the infinitive form, which would be answer choice A. We did not need a future tense form, which would be C. And D is just the incorrect conjugation of that verb, or like a gerund form of that verb, but it's incorrect here. All right, so 16. All right, so which choice best expands on the topic introduced earlier in the sentence? Do you want to know what I think the topic? I'm going to highlight this. What do I think the topic introduced earlier in the sentence is? I think it's this. I think it's the logistical duties. So which answer choice, A, B, C, or D, best expands on the topic introduced, which is the logistical duties? I need an answer choice that mentions the logistical duties. The logistical duties of entrepreneurship are those things that you have to do if you want to be an entrepreneur. And you know what they are? They just listed them for us right in the sentence. You know what they are? Right here. Financing, marketing, and merchandising. Those were the logistical duties. So it was actually no change. What about these other answer choices? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it was 5. The correct answer choice was only 5 words long. What about these wordy answer choices? Answer choice B is 8 words long, and it does not tell us anything about the logistical duties, which is what we're looking for. Answer choice C is even wordier, 9 words long, and it tells us nothing about the logistical duties of entrepreneurship. Answer choice D is a wordy 6 words long and tells us nothing about the logistical duties of entrepreneurship. The logistical duties are these. I'm just going to highlight them. Financing, marketing, and merchandising. So the only answer choice that tells us about the topic introduced earlier in the sentence, the logistical duties of entrepreneurship, is actually answer choice A. So sometimes it's no change. Sometimes they make you think that that you always have to correct these answers. But about 1/5 of the time, about something like that, it's answer choice A that is correct. It's not always that you have to change something. I also can I look at any of these answer choices? Do they appear to be redundant in some way, or do they contain way more words than I would expect a concise answer choice to have? So yeah, in this case, the simplest answer choice was right, and it is the only one that tells us about these logistical duties. All right, so 17. I said that we offset parenthetical information earlier earlier when I was talking about some other sentence. We offset it in 3 different ways. They vary in intensity. So in 3 ways, we can offset parenthetical information in English. All right, the least intensive way would be parentheses. That's the least intensive way to offset parenthetical information. The next most intensive way to offset parenthetical information would be to use commas, and the most intensive way to offset some parenthetical information, some non-essential information, would be using em dashes. Let's see what works here. It looks like I can kind of just tell you, based on all the answer choices, we're going to be using commas because that's what we have to work with. All right, let me read this and see if we're missing a comma in answer choice A. Which one has all of the commas that we need? All right, I'm just going to read answer choice A. Staff and student feedback on IADT's action-based entrepreneurship activities has been positive. Rachel Park, comma, a student in the program comments that it has given me all the skills and the tools that I need. So we opened it with a comma, which is what we needed. We needed this opening comma right here, but we forgot to close it. We never close it. We should have closed it right there. All right, so we can offset parenthetical information in several ways, in 3 different ways in English. We know we're using commas here. So if I open it with a comma, I must close it with a comma. Let me read the corrected version back, which would actually be answer choice D. We offset parenthetical information with commas in English. Staff and student feedback on IADT's action-based entrepreneurship activities has been positive. Rachel Park, comma, a student in the program, comma, there's the other pause that I needed, comments that it has given me all the skills and tools that I need. So just be aware, hey, what if we had parentheses? Could we do this? What if these were parentheses and not commas? Sure, but we don't have that option. Do you see that? We could even use those strong dashes. Instead of a comma, this could be a strong dash, and this could be a strong dash. That would be the most intensive way to offset this parenthetical information, but we don't have that option. We're stuck with commas. So because we opened it with a comma, oh, I just crossed it out. Because we opened this with a comma, we must close it with a comma right there. So, but Rachel Park, a student in the program, comments that it has given me all the skills and tools that I need. So those are the 3 ways that you can offset information in English. They vary in intensity. Commas are kind of in the middle. All right, 18. Watch out for unnecessary punctuation. I said earlier that I have a strategy for unnecessary punctuation. And it is the stutter strategy. Can we read these sentences and listen for a stutter? I am going to try answer choice B. Let me just try B. Let me read B and listen for stutters. All right, can I read answer choice B without stuttering? Or would that be an unacceptable pause somewhere in my sentence? I'm just going to try B. Let's see if it works. In addition to receiving student endorsement, the usefulness of practical approaches like the one adopted by IADT. That was 2 stutters. Do you see I just had double stutter in that sentence? Just any kind of punctuation. These dashes here, these will introduce a pause in the sentence. In this case, it's 2 stutters for answer choice B. What about answer choices C or D? Do they add any stutters? Let's see. In addition to receiving student endorsement, the usefulness of practical approaches like the one adopted by IADT, that was a stutter. And D would be the same exact pause. Even a colon here would give us an unnecessary pause in our sentence that would be hard. It would be difficult to understand what someone was saying if you heard this in conversation, especially answer choice B because it's 2 stutters. But even C and D contain single stutters. So that's my strategy for unnecessary punctuation. It's the stutter strategy. Just read it in your head when you're taking the test and really exaggerate the punctuation. If you're trying to determine whether or not a comma belongs or whether or not a dash belongs, just really give it a big pause. And it may create a stutter in your sentence. It just might make your sentence harder to understand, which is what we have here. So a single stutter for B a single stutter for C or D and a double stutter for B. This one has to be A. All right. So it looks like we have, I know that, yeah, I've said this before. There's 3 different ways to offset parenthetical information in English. I'm going to probably bore you by the last time I do this. They vary from the least intensive to the most intensive. All right, the least intensive way to offset parenthetical information would be parentheses. The next most intensive way to offset parenthetical information in English would be using commas, and the most intensive way would be using this strong dash, this M dash. Let's see what we have. Well, if we have a comma, we're probably using the commas. Do you see how we can't change this one? We can't change this comma here. It's in our sentence. We can't remove it if we wanted to. We're stuck with it. So I think that means we're using commas. A Utah State University study showed that practical assignments help budding entrepreneurs develop a key skill, comma, opportunity identification, comma. Those are our commas. We're kind of stuck with them. We can offset parenthetical information in only 3 ways in English. D would give us a fragment. We can't make 2 sentences like this. That would create a fragment. All right. A Utah State University study showed that practical assignments help budding entrepreneurs develop a key skill, period, opportunity identification that helps entrepreneurs recognize unmet consumer demands that can be turned into revenue streams. So that would create a fragment. That second sentence is not actually a sentence. It's just a fragment. So that one is out. And we can't use a semicolon because the main reason we use a semicolon is to join two independent clauses, two things that could be sentences. That's the main use of a semicolon. There is one other use of a semicolon. It's pretty rare, but mainly that's what semicolons do. Semicolons connect two things that could each be sentences, but I just said that second thing would not be a complete thought, so we can't use the semicolon there. That was just the other comma that we needed. So we're just offsetting our parenthetical information with commas, which is B. All right, on to 20. All right, at the end of the course, the experimental group students generated more ideas for business opportunities than they did. Who are they? So here we just have an ambiguous they pronoun just thrown in our sentence. I'm kind of left wondering, who are they? Watch out for, I know I've said this before, but watch out for pronoun ambiguity. If you can't clearly tell who they are or who we are, or maybe what it is, if we can't clearly define it, if we can't tell what the antecedent to the pronoun is easily, it's probably ambiguous. It's probably not the correct answer choice. I think that this one is also ambiguous. If there are others, what if I'm going to read others in there? C. At the end of the course, the experimental group students generated more ideas for business opportunities than others did. What others? Which others? I know which others we're talking about. We're talking about the control group students. So if we have an experiment, any type of experiment, often you have a control group. That's the group that you don't change. And then you have the experimental group. So that's the group that you do change. So our control group, they just get a placebo. They just get a sugar pill. The experimental group, they get the drug, the actual substance that we're testing. And we know that we're dealing with two different groups. We know that we have an experimental group, one group of students, the experimental group, the other group must be the control group. So watch out. This would be an ambiguous they. Which they are we talking about? It's not easy to clearly infer that we're talking about the control group of students. Similarly with his others, which others, I can't really tell clearly who the others are. Watch out for pronoun ambiguity. It's wrong on the SAT. So even though answer choice A or C would be a little shorter, it would contain fewer words. I'm not going back on what I said. I said that typically the shorter answer choices they're probably the correct answer choice, but not always. So this is one of those instances of not always. It makes our passages so much clearer if I put the control group students back in our sentence. Let me do that, and you'll see why it works a little bit better than an ambiguous they or an ambiguous others. I can't clearly tell who I'm talking about when I do that. Here is the correct version. At the end of the course, the experimental group students generated more ideas for business opportunities than the control group students. And those ideas were often more innovative as well. So that makes the most sense. Watch out for pronoun ambiguity on the SAT. Even B is ambiguous. We know we're not talking about some participants. We're talking about the control group students. We only have two groups in our experiment. We have a control group and an experimental group. So if I'm talking about the experimental group here, I know that I need to talk about the other group here, which is answer choice D. So watch out for pronoun ambiguity on the SAT. You'll see it all over the place. All right, 21 is a sequencing question. So this is a very common type of question on the SAT. They'll ask you to move a sentence around maybe, or add a new sentence. Where does it go within the paragraph? And that's what these bracketed numbers are here. That's sentence 1, sentence 2, sentence 3, sentence 4. Those bracketed numbers, all they did was sequence the sentences in numerical order for you. And I like to say that these sequencing questions, they always have a clue. They must have a clue. Sequencing questions have clues. And you know what the clue is? Clue or clues. In this case, I think they give you one clue. I'm just going to tell you what the clue is. It's these words right here. A Utah State University study. That's your clue. So just based on those words, you should have enough information to logically sequence these sentences in this paragraph. So was it in the wrong place? Yes, it is in the wrong place. And I'm going to show you the clues that I was talking about in the paragraph. This is a clue, a Utah State University study. That's a clue. They gave us this clue, so we need to use it. All right, so they're asking us about sentence 2, but this is a clue, a Utah State University study. That's a clue in this paragraph, and here is the other clue. So, sentence 2 came too early. Sentence 2 needs to follow sentence 3, and they fit back to back like a glove. Sentence 2 must follow sentence 3. Based on those words I just read, a Utah State University study. Let me read the sentences in their correct order, and you will see, with the sequencing question, once you've moved the sentence into its right place, always read the sentence back to back in its new home, and it must fit like a glove, and it will now. I am going to read sentence 2 after sentence 3, and you'll see why, because of those words, the words I highlighted, why it must fit in that order. So here we go. Here's sentence 3 and then 2. A Utah State University study showed that practical assignments help budding entrepreneurs develop a key skill opportunity identification that helps entrepreneurs recognize unmet consumer demands that can be turned into revenue streams. For their study, the researchers surveyed 130 students twice during a semester on their ideas for business opportunities. So as the sentence was initially written, this sentence came too soon. It needs to follow sentence 3. I can't talk about their study yet because I haven't introduced it. I introduced the study right here in sentence 3, so then I can have sentence 2. It is in the wrong order. So that's a sequencing question. They always give you clues. They write these paragraphs so specifically that is logically the only place where sentence 2 could ever live. It fits like a glove in its new home. So always read it once you've decided where the sentence actually belongs. All right, 22. The writer wants an effective concluding sentence that restates the main argument of the passage. What is the main argument of the passage? It's this. Sorry. What is the main idea of the passage? It's this. Hands-on learning. So that's what this passage was mainly about. That was the main idea of this passage. Hands-on learning. Which answer choice talks about the hands-on learning? Is it answer choice A as written? Let me read it and then we'll see if it talks about hands-on learning. We're trying to conclude with the main idea intact. And the main idea is that hands-on learning is generally a good thing for entrepreneurs. Here we go. Here is answer choice A, no change. I'm going to read both sentences here. Admittedly, some content knowledge, like I told you that information can be, parenthetical information can be offset in 3 different ways. This is the strongest way. This is using those M dashes that I was talking about. Admittedly, some content knowledge, M dash, like writing business plans and understanding legal requirements, M-, can be most effectively covered through textbooks and lectures. Thus, EE programs should continue to feature traditional education methods? I thought I was talking about the hands-on methods. Thus, EE programs should continue to feature traditional education methods such as lecture, traditional education methods as key components of the curriculum. I don't think that's the main idea of this passage. The main idea are not the traditional education methods such as a lecture. We're talking about the hands-on learning. So A is out. That's not what we're talking about. We want the answer choice that talks about the main argument, that restates the main argument. It remains to be seen whether hands-on learning has a long-term positive impact on entrepreneurial learning. This is wrong because these words, it remains to be seen. We know it has an impact. That's what this whole passage is about. They wouldn't be talking about its positive impact throughout the passage, and then suddenly it remains to be seen whether or not this has any effect at all. B is out. We know that's not what the passage is about. All right, it is C. Here is the main argument, the idea of hands-on learning being a good thing. But much of EE instruction can and should integrate experiential components that enable students like Park to practice what they learn. That's the idea of hands-on learning that we're trying to reiterate, not the idea of working as interns in existing businesses. That's also not really what this the main idea, the main argument, they will test you on main ideas, was C. All right, so that gives us the best conclusion to this passage. A passage that really reiterates the idea, the main idea of hands-on learning being a good thing here. All right, on to 23. All right, we're on to the next passage. It's called Digging Up Urchins. So we're making some good progress here. All right, so I think that this is a subject-verb agreement question. What do I mean? Well, a subject must agree with its verb in number. So singular subjects take singular verb forms, and plural subjects take plural verb forms. It's just something that happens. All right, so along the western seashores of North America dwell the purple sea urchin. The purple sea urchin is singular. My subject is singular. So I need a singular verb form, dwells, to go with my singular subject, the urchin. The urchin singular. I'm going to read it both ways so you can really tell what I'm talking about. Along the western seashores of North America dwells the purple sea urchin. The purple sea urchin dwells somewhere. Now, if I had a plural subject, I could say urchins dwell here. I could use that plural form if my subject were plural, but my subject is not plural. My subject is the purple sea urchin singular. So because it's singular, I need the singular verb form, and the singular verb form would be dwells. Along the western seashores of North America dwells the purple sea urchin, Strongylocentrotus purpuratus. Interesting. Okay. This is back to that. We can offset parenthetical information. We can offset in three. I'm gonna keep drawing this until you get sick of it. We can offset parenthetical information in English in 3 different ways. They vary from least intensive to most intensive. All right, so the least intensive would be parentheses. The next most intensive way of offsetting information in English would be commas. The most intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information would be the M dash. All right, so it looks like I'm using commas. So I have to close it with a comma, which would be D. Note that I can't use this M dash because I don't have an M dash. I have a comma. So because we open it with a comma, we must close it with a comma right here. We have no choice. You could even use, I know that we can't do this, but what if we could? Sorry, I'm going to try to completely eliminate that comma. You could even do it like this. This small spiny animal can live for up to 70 years inside of rock cavities or pits that grant protection from predators and strong waves. But we don't have that option. We're using commas. So because we open it with a comma, we must close it with a comma. So we're just saying what rock cavities are. They're pits, which was D. All right, 25. Oh, maybe we could try the count the number of words strategy here. I don't know. I hope that if you pick up one thing from this review, aside from all that math that we did, if you pick up one thing, pick up the idea that it's not cheating to count the number of words on the SAT writing section. It's not cheating to look and say, well, answer choice A was only 2 words here. Answer choice B for question 25, B, C, and D, they're all 4 words long. Do we need 4 words when perhaps 2 words would suffice? Is there redundancy? And remember, redundancy is always incorrect on the SAT writing section. So for example, if providing something is the same thing as offering something, do I need both words in my sentence? Do you see how this works? So an English teacher would say, yeah, if you're providing something, you're offering it, why do we have both words in the sentence? It's just redundant. It's redundant. Let me read the correct version. Yes, the 2-word version was correct here. Here we go. The latter hypothesis is supported by the work of biologist Michael P. Russell of Villanova University, who has recently provided the first evidence that the urchin itself breaks down these hard rock surfaces, and that this process, known as bioerosion, has broader ramifications. So watch out for redundancy. I like to count the number of words on the writing section. I think that the concise answer choice is usually the right answer choice. So I start with that. And I work my way to the wordier answer choices. But usually, if say 3 of your answer choices are 14 words long, and then the other answer choice, the 4th answer choice, is only 3 words long, it's probably the shorter answer choice. I could tell you, without even reading the question, with some certainty, that it's probably the shorter answer choice, because that's one of the things that they're testing you on. They're testing you on concision versus redundancy. They're testing you on concision versus wordiness, I should say. If you could say something with fewer words, if you can get your point across with fewer words, you probably should. You're just going to confuse your audience if it takes you 30 words to say something that you could say in 10. All right, on to 26. All right, so watch out for relevant and irrelevant information. 26 says, which choice provides the most effective introduction to the paragraph? Is it A, which would be no change? I'm going to read A. Though many animals regularly contribute to bioerosion, Russell and his team brought individual purple urchins from their natural environment into the laboratory and placed each in an enclosure atop one of 3 rock types, granite, mudstone, or sandstone, fine and medium grain. Do I care that many animals regularly contribute to erosion? I think that lacks relevance. That's an irrelevant detail. Why am I talking about other animals? I know that I'm interested in the urchin here. I'm not interested in many animals regularly contributing to bioerosion. I'm interested in the urchin, which is answer choice B. This is the right answer choice. To investigate the urchin's ability to erode rock, Russell and his team brought individual purple urchins from their natural environment into the lab and placed each in an enclosure atop one of 3 rock types, granite, mudstone, or sandstone. So I think that I have a fragment or a run-on sentence at this point. I need some punctuation here. And the main use of the colon is for lists. It's the main use of the colon. So here's just a little note over here. The main use of the colon is for lists, which is what we have here. We have a list of types of stone. Colon. Colon goes right there. All right, let me read the list of types. It's the main use of the colon. There is a rule for the colon that I'm going to have to give you. So the rule for the colon is this. Whatever goes in front of the colon has to be a complete thought, an independent clause, something that could be a sentence. Now, whatever follows the colon, sometimes it's just a single word. There's no rule for what follows the colon, but whatever goes in front of the colon, whatever precedes the colon, must be a complete thought, must be an independent clause, must be something I could put a period on if I wanted to. Let me test it. Is this a complete thought? To investigate the urchin's ability to erode rock, Russell and his team brought individual purple urchins from their natural environment into the lab and placed each in an enclosure atop one of 3 rock types, period. So it works. What went in front of the colon is a complete thought, and it doesn't matter that this is not a complete thought, what follows the colon. It doesn't matter that granite, mudstone, or sandstone, fine and medium grain, that's not a sentence, that's not a complete thought, but it doesn't need to be. Sometimes it's just a single word that follows the colon. So the rule is about what goes in front of the colon. And any correct sentence in English that uses a colon must have an independent clause, something that could be a complete thought, something that could be a sentence that goes in front of the colon. And then sometimes it's just a single word that follows the colon. So that's the main use of the colon in English. We use it for lists of things. In this case, it's a list of types of rock. All right, 28 is a question about logical comparisons. So in English, we can only compare like with like. I can compare the height of Bill to the height of Jack. I can compare Bill's height to the height of Jack, right? That's not what I said. Yeah, Bill and Jack. I can compare Bill's height to that of Jack. I can't compare Bill's height to the entirety of Jack because there is more that makes up Jack being Jack than just his height, right? Jack has his own personality. Jack has a shoe size. Jack has more information than just his height. So they're testing you on a logical comparison. In the end, each rock type showed an average loss of mass. That's what I'm comparing. I am comparing singular loss of mass. Each rock type showed an average loss of mass that was noticeably larger than that of its control group. It's not plural, which would be answer choice B. I'm comparing one thing, average loss of mass. So in the end, each rock type showed an average loss of mass that was noticeably larger than that of its control group. So the control group also had an average loss of mass. The things I'm comparing are not plural, which would be B. I'm comparing singular things, average loss of mass. An average, you can even see it's singular, an average loss of mass. That means it's singular. So I can compare two different things. I can't compare the average loss of mass in the first thing to the entirety of the control group, which would be what answer choice D is doing. I can only compare the average mass of loss of one thing to the average mass of loss of the other thing. So that's why it's C, the singular form of our comparison. We're not comparing plural things, in which case I would use those, but we're comparing something that's singular, and it's not D because I'm not comparing the average loss of mass from one group to the entirety of the control group, because there's more that makes up our control group than just its loss of mass. It has other qualities. So they just call it a logical comparison. You must compare like with like. I can compare Bill's height to Jack's height. I can compare Jackie's weight to Tina's weight. Whatever we're comparing. In this case, we're comparing an average loss of mass. So I can compare one average loss of mass to another average loss of mass. Okay, excellent. Is it cheating to count the number of words in the answer choices? It's not cheating. Hopefully you realize that they like to put redundancy into the wrong answers. There's a redundancy right there. The wrong answer choice often... Let me read this really redundant answer choice that talks... Oh, yeah. All right, so we're trying to logically combine these two sentences. Let me read the sentences as written. These data, when compared with size measurements of urchin pits in nature, allowed Russell to make estimates about urchins. He could estimate both the time required for an urchin to form an average sized pit in each rock type and the total amount of bioerosion that urchin population could cause. So let's read the wordy answer choice, which was 5 words long. It's probably not the right answer choice. I really want to drill home this idea that this is not cheating. It's not cheating to say that, okay, answer choice A was 5 words long. Answer choice B is a wordy 3 words long. Answer choice C is a wordy 3 words long. Answer choice D is only 1 word long. Maybe that's the best way to combine these two sentences. Let's try A. All right, these data, when compared with size measurements of urchin pits in nature, allowed Russell to make estimates, including estimates. Do you see how redundant that is? It can't be A. The redundant answer choice is always the incorrect answer choice on the SAT. It just is. Let me read the nice, concise answer choice. The concise answer choice is probably the correct answer choice. Let me read the concise answer choice for number 29. These data, when compared with size measurements of urchin pits in nature, allowed Russell to estimate both the time required for an urchin to form an average sized pit in each rock type and the total amount of bioerosion that urchin population could cause. Perfect. It's so much better. So watch out for redundancy on the SAT. It's incorrect. It's not cheating to count the number of words in the answer choices on the writing section. It's a very useful strategy. You can eliminate some of these crazy wordy answer choices where you have like 4 unnecessary words, and yeah, it's pretty horrible. All right, 30. Can you read a chart or a graph? I'm going to read the sentence and we'll determine, okay, is that what the chart says? Here we go. In contrast, bioerosion of medium-grained sandstone occurred at a more rapid rate of 32.4 grams per urchin per year. So I know I'm talking about medium-grained sandstone. So that's this one. And I know I'm talking about the type of rock average. I'm talking about medium-grained sandstone, and I'm talking about type of rock average bioerosion. So yes, it was 32.4. It's right there. I'm going to read it again. So in contrast, bioerosion of medium-grained sandstone occurred at a more rapid rate of 32.4 grams per urchin per year, which is exactly what my chart says, which would allow an urchin to create a pit in just 4.5 years. So that one was A, no change. It was actually right. That's what I was trying to read off the data. We were talking about sandstone. We weren't talking about some other stone. These other answer choices are just drawing from other parts of our chart, but it was right the way it was written already. And then 31 is a test on transitional words and phrases. So although it's an adversarial transition, maybe I'll put a little minus sign here, and I'll draw a little arrow to show that that's moving us into the opposite direction. Would an although fit here, or do I have a cause and effect relationship? I think I have a cause and effect relationship here. So I would need a causal transition if that's the case. Although higher densities of sea urchins live on sandstone-rich rocky shores than live on granite, these urchins combined excavations could quickly erode large volumes of sandstone into sediment, producing, by Russell's estimate, 2.9 tons of granite sediment per hectare each year. So hectare, that's like an acre, but it's the metric system. Okay, so is that the right transition? No, I needed a cause and effect transition here, like because. Here's what's actually going on in the sentence. Because higher densities of sea urchin live on sandstone-rich rocky shores than live on granite, these urchins' combined excavations could quickly erode large volumes of sandstone into sediment, producing, by Russell's estimate, not 2.9 tons of granite. We're still in sandstone. We're still in the sandstone-rich, this middle one here. We're still talking about sandstone. We need this value. It goes all the way to 199.1 tons of medium grain sandstone. We need to be in the right column here. I think that they were hoping that you would suddenly start talking about granite. We know we're not talking about granite for the third column. We're talking about sandstone the whole way throughout. So let me read that corrected version back in there again. Because higher densities of sea urchins live on sandstone-rich rocky shores than live on granite, these sea urchins' combined excavations could quickly erode large volumes of sandstone into sediment, producing, by Russell's estimate, 199.1 tons of medium grain sandstone sediment per hectare each year. All right, so yeah, just a couple questions. Could you read a graph if you had to? Could you read a chart? So that one's not too bad. All right, 33. All right, it says, which choice provides the best transition from the previous paragraph to this one? So we want the best transition from this paragraph I just finished all the way to the next paragraph. And there's a clue. There's a clue. Hopefully you spotted it. The clue right in the next sentence. I like to give you as many clues as I found. Here's your clue for question 33. These words right here. This bioerosion. All right, that's our clue. So, yes, this no change is right. This was the best transition from the previous sentence because of these words, this bioerosion. Let me read the sentences back to back and you'll see why it fits. Russell's research presents a convincing argument that purple sea urchins are responsible for substantial bioerosion. The high amounts of sediment produced by this bioerosion, the bioerosion we were talking about, that of the purple sea urchins, can adversely affect aquatic life. Even if some of these answer choices contain true statements, they don't necessarily provide the best transition from the previous paragraph to this one. I know that granite is more resistant to urchin bioerosion than other types of rock are. I know that's true from our chart. I can tell that that's true. Even though that's a true statement, it doesn't belong in the passage. It does not create the transition that we needed from the previous paragraph to this one. Even if this is true, any individual urchin is only responsible for a small amount of bioerosion. The cumulative effect of the purple sea urchin erosion is what I'm interested in. It's not C. I don't care about single individual sea urchins. I think they were trying to trick you there. Even if this is true, do you see this? It would take longer than a typical urchin's lifetime to form a pit in mudstone. I can tell that that's true. In mudstone, it would take 143.2 years per urchin per year. That's mudstone. It's just the data for mudstone. Even though that's true, it's longer than the lifetime of an urchin. It's not the best transition from the previous paragraph to this one. I am only interested in the purple sea urchin's substantial bioerosion. The great amount of bioerosion that comes from many urchins. Not a single urchin, which would be answer choice C. I'm not interested in granite being more resistant to the urchin bioerosion. I am most interested in A. The fact that sea urchins are responsible for substantial bioerosion. That's what this whole passage is about. So, yeah. So watch out for true statements. Even if it's a true statement, it may not necessarily be the best transition from the previous paragraph to the next one. All right, so that was 33, and we are on to the next passage. This is our last passage, actually. This is called Black Panther's Formula. It's about this film called Black Panther. All right, so I'm going to read the first one, 34. In February 2018, after viewing his trailer millions of times, buying advance tickets for its in-record-setting numbers, and tweeting about it more than any other movie in history, the superhero blockbuster Black Panther was watched, passive voice, was watched by moviegoers in packed theaters around the world. So it would be nice to eliminate the passive voice that we have here. Well, what is passive voice? Here's the difference. Which sounds better to you? I'm going to give you two sentences real quickly here. Jack plays ball. That's sentence 1. Here is sentence 2. Ball is played by Jack. Here are two sentences, and you would say, well, they both kind of say the same thing, don't they? No. Jack plays ball has active voice. So we know Jack is the doer of the action. He should be the subject of this sentence. Passive voice is what happens when you use objects as subjects. So we know ball is an object. We know the player is Jack. So ball is played by Jack is a horrible way of saying Jack plays ball. And passive voice is just what happens whenever you misinterpret the object of your sentence to be the subject. We know Jack's our subject, and typically you should write, in most cases, you should write your sentences in active voice when you can. And you can't always prevent active or passive voice, but you usually can avoid it. All right, so that's active versus passive voice. But we have another problem with this sentence, and it's what's called a dangling participle. In this case, it's actually a dangling participial phrase. It's the same general kind of idea. Participial, trying to spell this right, sorry. Participial phrase. All right, so what is a dangling participial phrase? It's an error that you can make in English grammar. I'm going to highlight the participles so you can see what I'm talking about here. So here's one participle, viewing. They're just verb forms. Viewing, that's a participle. Buying, that's another participle. Tweeting, that's another participle. They're just verb forms. Who are the tweeters? Who are the buyers? Who are the viewers? It's not the superhero blockbuster Black Panther. This is what a dangling participial phrase is in action. The only people that could be viewing, buying, or tweeting anything are the moviegoers, which is answer choice C. That's our right answer here. Moviegoers can view trailers millions of times. Moviegoers can buy tickets. And moviegoers can tweet about it. The superhero blockbuster Black Panther can't view its trailer millions of times. The superhero blockbuster Black Panther can't buy advance tickets for itself. The superhero blockbuster Black Panther can't tweet about it. It's just a dangling participial phrase. Because participles can modify nouns in English. So just as adjectives can, I could say the happy puppy. I can give puppy an attribute. I can use the adjective to modify my noun puppy. You can modify nouns with participles. But in this case, The viewers are the moviegoers. The buyers are the moviegoers. The people tweeting about it are the moviegoers. It can't be the film itself. And that also fixes our passive voice. They watch the superhero blockbuster Black Panther. Let me read the corrected version now that we have found it. In February 2018, this was our third type of our third way of offsetting parenthetical information, this strong dash. In February 2018, after viewing this trailer millions of times, buying advance tickets for it in record-setting numbers, and tweeting about it more than any other movie in history, moviegoers packed theaters around the world to watch the superhero blockbuster Black Panther. All right, let's look at number 35. So this is a hard one. I think this is a very hard one. Let me read the sentence as written, and then we will decide what answer choice we would like to use. Critics lauded the film's predominantly black cast, its director, Ryan Coogler, semicolon. Its Kendrick Lamar produced soundtrack, semicolon. And its Afro-futurist aesthetic. So here I have items in a series. And you can use semicolons when you have items in a series. Usually it means that our items in our series also contain punctuation, which they do. Yeah, it's direct, which it could. Yeah, so we can use semicolons here. Yeah, usually you would use. I mean, you can use commas in English. It's legal to use commas or semicolons when you have items in a series. But often, usually it's the case when the items in your series also contain punctuation. It may be the case that you want to use semicolons throughout. Let me give you an example of this. So I'm going to have I'm going to have items in a series that each contain commas. So I may want to use semicolons instead of commas just to make this easier to understand. Let me try to explain this. So here's a new sentence, just an unrelated example from the top of my head. So for our cross-country trip, we stopped in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, semicolon, Nashville, Tennessee, semicolon, and San Francisco, California, period. I'm going to just repeat myself. Here's my example. For our cross-country trip, we stopped in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, semicolon, Nashville, Tennessee, semicolon, and San Francisco, California, period. Why did I use semicolons instead of commas? It would just be strange for our brains to look at that sentence and you would see 5 commas in a row and it'd be hard for your brain to parse that information. So you might want to use semicolons when you have comma. Do you see how I have a comma right here inside my series? So that's why our author chose to use a semicolon here and here and here. Do you see that? So we can use, it's perfectly legal to use semicolons instead of commas in English. And usually it means that you have some other form of punctuation within your items in a series. And here we do, it's a comma. So I know we don't have 3 commas, or we don't have many commas. Like I just gave you an example using cities, city, state, city, state, city, state. But the idea is the exact same thing here. So it's perfectly legal to use semicolons here instead of commas. It would be strange for our brain to see a comma here, a comma here, a comma here. This comma might look funny. Does that make sense? It's easier for our brain to parse information when it's separated in a different manner. That's the only reason why our author chose to use semicolons here. All right, next question. So 36 was D, 35 was D, semicolon. All right, 36. Which choice most effectively establishes the main idea of the paragraph? So they will test you on main ideas. Is this the main idea of the passage? Is the idea that the villain is more compelling than the hero, which is rare for the superhero genre. That's not the main idea. The main idea, I'm going to highlight a little clue here. Here is the main idea. Hero fights evil version of himself box. You know what that is? That's a well-worn trope. A trope is just anything that's commonly used. Like, I'm trying to think of a well-worn trope of detective, like a detective story would be to have an antithetical character that is similar to your detective, right? So maybe you have a Moriarty character and your main character is your Sherlock Holmes character. That's a trope. It's been done and done and done so many times today that it's very common to have this trope. In this case, we have hero fights evil version of himself trope. Yeah, a trope is just anything it's just the go-to way of writing that type of story. Maybe a film has a time travel trope involved with it, or maybe there are many different tropes. And they're just common ways of telling stories. It's a way of falling back on. The story's going to kind of write itself if we have the hero fights evil version of himself. All I have to do is come up with an evil version of the main character, and suddenly we have the trope that we're looking for. So that is the main idea of the paragraph. It's not this idea of the villain being more compelling than the hero. It's the film the film employs many of the well-worn trope, such as this trope right here. I just highlighted a trope from the passage. So that's the trope we're talking about. Nevertheless, couched within their praise, a few critics noted that the film employs many of the well-worn tropes of the superhero genre. For instance, one such trope, National Public Radio's Glenn Walden claimed that Black Panther dutifully checks the hero fights evil version of himself box, one of the genre's most used tropes. A trope is just a narrative device. Maybe I should have said that. Okay, so they gave you another little clue there. A trope is a narrative device. All right, next question. We're moving on. We only have a couple more here. All right, so we need a preposition. I can tell that when you're looking for a preposition because all of my answer choices are prepositions. So prepositions they just are things that come in front of words, and we want an idiomatic preposition. We want the preposition that kind of goes with what we would think we would expect here. All right, so I'm going to read the sentence. Both Chala and his nemesis, Eric Killmonger Stevens, are empowered by a tradition. Are we empowered by things? Are we empowered on things? Are we empowered for things? Or are we empowered in things? We are empowered by things. Let me read an incorrect preposition, and you'll hear how unidiomatic it sounds. Like answer choice B, for example. Both Chala and his nemesis, Eric Killmonger Stevens, are empowered on a tradition, on a technology, and on a throne. No, we empowered by things. Let me try 4. Both Chala and his nemesis, Eric Killmonger Stevens, are empowered for a tradition, for a technology, and for a throne. That makes no sense. They are empowered in a tradition, in a technology, in a throne. That makes no sense. It should be answer choice A. It was correct as written. The idiomatic preposition, the correct preposition would be by. Here we go. I'm just going to read it again as written. Both Chala and his nemesis, Eric Killmonger Stevens, are empowered by a tradition, by a technology, and by a throne. A claim to Wakanda's crown. So that's the correct preposition. All right, 38. So we can offset parenthetical information in 3 different ways in English. I'm doing it again. I'm going to write it out. I'm going to stick to this to the very end. The least intensive way would be using parentheses. The next most intensive way is using commas. The most intensive way of all is this M dash, or multiple M dashes. M dash, M dash. All right, so what can we use here? Looks like we have maybe some M dashes. We have commas maybe. What do you guys think? Let's take a look. Superhero films. M dash. The best ones, at least. M dash. Ruminate on the nature of power and responsibility. All right, so if I open it with an M dash, I must close it with an M dash, and it must be in the right place. Superhero films, M dash. Superhero films, M dash. The best ones, at least, M dash. Ruminate on the nature of power and responsibility. So it looks like I was using that most intensive way of offsetting parenthetical information, the M dash. I can't open it with a comma and then close it with something else. Yeah, and ruminate does not belong in our parenthetical phrase. It belongs after our parenthetical phrase, which was 38 was D. All right, 39 looks like it's a tense question. Which tense are we in? Are we in past perfect, which would be answer choice A? So we use the past perfect to indicate that something has happened before now, and we're also comparing it to something else that happened in the past. Are we in simple past, which is answer choice B? Are we in present tense, is, or are we in future tense, will be? All right, we're just trying to figure out what tense we're in. I think we're in present tense. I can tell that we're in present tense because look at this. If the superhero films, the best ones at least, ruminate on the nature of power and responsibility, this indicates present tense. I just found a verb right from over here that shows that we're in present tense. We have to be. It would be weird if we're in future tense. It would be weird if we suddenly ended up in past tense. Let me read the corrected version. Superhero films, the best ones at least, ruminate present tense on the nature of power and responsibility. And the hero versus evil counterpart formula is a means to facilitate such present tense contemplation. Yeah, it would be weird if we put will be in here. I'm going to read this. This should sound very incorrect. Superhero films, the best ones at least, ruminate on the nature of power and responsibility, and the hero versus evil counterpart formula will be a means to facilitate such contemplation. Why did I start my sentence in present tense and then I suddenly ended up in future tense? That sounded crazy. So we just need a nice simple present tense. Maintain your tense in this instance here. All right. 40. Is it cheating to count the number of words on the SAT writing section? It is not cheating to count the number of words on the SAT writing section. I hope that you do it. The College Board is probably hoping that you don't do this. So if you want to stick it to them, if you want to get a really great score on this section, you should probably be counting the answer choice, the number of words in the answer choices. All right, number 40, answer choice A, contains 8 words, and it sounds extremely informal. Remember that the SAT writing section generally maintains a formal style, an objective tone. I think we've deviated notably from this formal style. If I'm saying, the similarities between Charlotte and Killmonger really show that those guys aren't the same in their attitudes. How much less sophisticated does that sound than the right answer, the one that only is 4 words long, answer choice B? This should sound much more sophisticated and more sophisticated and more formal at the same time. I'm going to read, answer choice, just to help you, the wordy ones are the wrong ones. Answer choice C is 9 words long. Answer choice D is 10 words long. Watch out for informal versus formal too. If your writing degenerates into very informal language, it's probably not the right answer choice. I think emphasize the profound differences should sound more sophisticated here. I'm going to read the sentence again. I'm going to read it. Maybe I'll read it both ways. The striking similarities between Chala and Killmonger really show that those guys aren't the same in their attitudes toward their powers. That sounded horrible. All right, here is the more sophisticated way of phrasing the sentence, answer choice B. The striking similarities between Chala and Killmonger emphasize the profound differences in their attitudes toward their powers. So that sounded correct. That sounded way better than the wordy answer choice. Watch out for wordiness and watch out for formal versus informal. If we deviate notably from our formal style and talk about those guys, it's probably the wrong answer choice. Right? I hope that makes sense. All right, 41. It's another vocabulary question. Watch out for near words. Watch out for a word that would almost make sense. They want you to go with the most correct answer choice for the SAT writing passage. Let's try reading it as written. Here is the sentence as written, which would be answer choice A. All right. At the start of the film, Chala believes that he must use his powers to keep Wakanda safe from the turmoil of the outside world. Killmonger, on the other hand, seeks to use his, along with Wakanda's vast resources, to revise centuries of injustice. That's what I mean by a near word. Are we revising centuries of injustice, or are we rectifying centuries of injustice? I think that answer choice A was a near word. You might revise the paper that you're writing. Maybe you revise your essay for your teacher. We're not revising centuries of injustice as much as we are rectifying centuries of injustice. That's what I mean by a near word. A word that would almost make sense. We're not tailoring or altering centuries of injustice. You see, you would want the alternate idea. You would want to rectify the centuries of injustice, but we're not really altering it as in we are fixing it. We are rectifying it. To rectify means to repair or fix. So to alter, that's vague. I don't really know what we're talking about. We're altering centuries of... How are we altering the centuries of injustice? We want to fix the centuries of injustice, which would be answer choice C. So we're not tailoring it. We're not revising it. We're not altering it. We want to correct it. We want to rectify it. So that's what I mean about near. Watch out for near words. And remember this idea of the most correct answer. If there is a better choice, choose that word. Even if it would almost make sense if we threw in a near word, it almost makes sense if we're altering, the centuries of injustice. But you must always select the most correct answer choice, which here is C, to rectify or repair the centuries of injustice. That's the best answer. They want you to go with the most correct one. The writer wants to add the following sentence to this paragraph. Where does it go? Here's the new sentence. Still, it would be a mistake to dismiss Black Panther as formulaic. Where does this sentence go? Well, I'm going to tell you right off the bat. If we put it where B, answer choices B or C say, somewhere in the middle of our sentence, this interrupts the sentence. Interrupts the paragraph. Let me just make a note of that. All right, so this would interrupt the paragraph if I were to put it in either of these places. Let me try to put it after sentence 1, and you'll tell me if this, and then we'll just sort of see if does this interrupt my paragraph. All right, so superhero films. Sorry, I'm just trying to see where we are here. I'm going to read it after sentence 1. I'm going to read sentence, maybe I'll read it after sentence 2. I'm going to read one of these middle options. I'm going to read sentence 2, then I'm going to read this sentence. Let's see if it fits there. I think it's going to interrupt our whole paragraph. Let me try it. Here's sentence 2. The striking similarities between Chala and Killmonger emphasize the profound differences in their attitudes toward their powers. Still, it would be a mistake to dismiss Black Panther as formulaic. At the start of the film, Chala believes that he must use his powers to keep Wakanda safe. Do you see how much that messes with our sentence? It does the same thing if I put it after sentence 1. I'm going to try that one too. I'm going to read sentence 1, then I'm going to read our new sentence. And did I interrupt things? Superhero films, the best ones at least, ruminate on the power of power and responsibility, and the hero versus evil counterpart formula is a means to facilitate such contemplation. Still, it would be a mistake to dismiss Black Panther as formulaic. Here's sentence 2 next. The striking similarities between Chala and Killmonger really show that those guys aren't the same in their attitudes towards their powers. I just interrupted my whole paragraph again. Now, sentence 3 is too late. I'm just going to put a note that it's too late, and it's too late. It creates an awkward transition to the next paragraph. All right, I'm going to read it. Goldilocks too late, and you'll see. I'm going to read this sentence. I'm going to read sentence 3, the new sentence, and then I'm going to read maybe this first sentence of this next paragraph. It creates a horrible transition to the next paragraph. Let's try it. All right, here's sentence 3. At the start of the film, Chala believes that he must use his powers to keep Wakanda safe from the turmoil of the outside world. Killmonger, on the other hand, seeks to use his, along with Wakanda's vast resources, to rectify centuries of injustice, even if that means subjugating the world in the process. Still, it would be a mistake to dismiss Black Panther as formulaic. The collision between Chala and Killmonger is more than a physical duel. It does not belong there. That created a horrible transition to our next paragraph. Where it really belongs is before sentence 1. I'm going to read it in its right place. I'm going to read it at the beginning of this paragraph, and it fits like a glove. Because that's what this creates a good transition from the previous paragraph. Maybe I'll put a note of that. Good transition from the previous paragraph. It's all about the transition. Let me read it in the right order. I'm going to read this before sentence 1. Maybe I'll even read the last sentence of the previous paragraph. Then I'll read the new one. Then I'll read this one. Let me try that. Both Chala and his nemesis, Eric Killmonger Stevens, are empowered by a tradition, a ritual invoking a fictitious heart-shaped herb, a technology, a suit made from the mythical metal vibranium, and a throne, a claim to Wakanda's crown. Still, it would be a mistake to dismiss Black Panther as formulaic. Superhero films, the best ones at least, ruminate on the nature of power and responsibility, and the hero versus evil counterpart formula is a means to facilitate such contemplation. That was our best transition from the previous paragraph to the next paragraph. That created a great transition from our previous paragraph, answer choices B or C would interrupt my paragraph and make it hard to understand. It's like getting punched in the face to suddenly be talking about dismissing Black Panther as formulaic somewhere within that paragraph. And answer choice D, I already said, is Goldilocks, too late, because it creates a horrible transition to the next paragraph. It really messes up my transition to the next paragraph to be talking about Black Panther as being formulaic at this point right here. It's too late. All right, just 2 more questions. 43. The collision between T'Challa and Killmonger is more than a physical duel. It is a philosophical debate rendered concrete, with protagonists becoming perspectives. That sounds strange to me. I've never heard of protagonists, which are the main characters in a story, becoming perspectives. That sounds a little clunky. Surely there has to be a better choice than that. What are we talking about? We're talking about a philosophical debate rendered concrete. Can I pick an answer choice, A, B, C, or D, that gives me a philosophical debate rendered concrete? I think I can. It's not identities becoming ideas, which sounds rather vague to me. It's not attitudes becoming abstractions. It's not the one that I read that I said sounded clunky, protagonists becoming perspectives. This is what we're looking for right here. We are looking for a philosophical, oh my gosh. Okay. We're gonna keep this together here. A philosophical debate rendered concrete. We're looking for an answer choice that gives us a philosophical debate rendered concrete. I'm not sure why that's just such a tongue twister for me at this point. All right, the philosophical debate rendered concrete. Concepts, perhaps a philosophical debate. Let's make them concrete. Characters. Concepts become characters. That's a philosophical debate, a concept rendered concrete. We can turn concepts into characters. Yeah. Protagonists becoming perspectives, that didn't sound right to me. Attitudes becoming abstractions, that didn't sound like a philosophical debate becoming concrete. Identities becoming ideas, that sounds even more vague. The one that sounds correct here, concept becoming characters. A philosophical debate rendered into character form. All right, last one. Which quotation from Bowie best concludes the passage? Of course, Black Panther isn't a political thriller. Well, that hits us out of left field. That hits us like a punch in the face. That is definitely not the way that we're supposed to conclude this passage. Here's what we're looking for. I am looking for a conversation about power. Which answer choice gives us a conversation about power? I just told you right from the same sentence. That's what I'm looking for. I want an answer choice that best concludes this passage, and it talks about a conversation about power. C. Black Panther is unmistakably a film from Marvel Studios. Oh, sure it is. That is a horrible conclusion to this passage. That tells us nothing about a conversation about power. There are no mouthpieces speaking on behalf of the writers. That's a horrible conclusion to this passage. The best one, the best answer choice that gives me a conversation about power is answer choice B. So yeah, this is completely irrelevant that it's not a political thriller. Okay. Irrelevant. Sorry. Write this correctly. It's irrelevant. The one that's important is B. It's not great it's not just great for what it is, it's great for what it says. It gives me this conversation about power that I've been talking about in this whole previous paragraph here. This is the conversation about power. Okay, so we have finished the writing section. all we have left to do is the reading section. So I know we've been jumping around a little bit as we did this. That was all intentional because now we're getting to the longest section that there is, the reading section. So we've done the no calculator math. We've done the calculator math at this point. I just did the entire writing and language test, so I know that that's done. All we have left to do is the reading section, which is the longest section of this actual May 2022 SAT. This is the real U.S. SAT from this test date. So they always start with the literature passage. It's just something that I've noticed. They always begin with the literature passage. So here's a literature passage. They always give you this part. I'm going to read it. They always tell you from where they got this passage. So I'm just going to read this. Here's our literature passage. The passage is adapted from Chen Kun, Footsteps on the Roof. Copyright 1992 by Chen Kun. Translation by Hu Ying. The narrator is a man who has recently moved from Huangpu West, a neighborhood in Shanghai, to Huangpu East, a neighborhood across the river. So always read these. They always tell you where they got it. Always read this so you know what's going on. The narrator is just the teller of the story. So the narrator is a man who's recently moved. All right, so we're going to read this literature passage. Those of you who've taken the SAT in May, you had this on your test, so you've already read it. So I'm just going to take a look at some of the questions. Let's look at question 1, just jumping right to questions. So we're going to assume that you've already read this passage. Which choice best provides the narrator's perspective on the experience of moving to his new home? So I'm just going to consider some of the answer choices, like maybe B. Does he feel that the process was challenging and rewarding? I don't think so. I don't think that those ideas are in the passage. Challenging and rewarding? That's not what I got out of the passage. He is dismayed that his experience wasn't more of an adventure? I'm confused by that. There's nowhere in the passage that indicates that he's expecting some type of adventure for his move. I don't see it. Is he amused by the day's many mishaps? I don't think so. It's mainly A, and I'm going to give you some evidence right from the passage. He is initially disappointed in the some of his experiences with this move, but later feels better about it. So when is he initially disappointed? I'm going to give you a line number. Maybe line 23. Oh, not 25. Line 23. Sorry. All right. Is he initially disappointed, like maybe line 33, but ultimately feels better about it? Maybe I think he feels better by line 98. Let me just quickly read these two lines and see if we could find some initial disappointment, but him ultimately feeling better about the move. Here's line 23. So this should show some disappointment. I didn't have any luck. I should make it clear that even after finishing the move, I didn't have any luck that was even remotely peachy. All right, so there's the disappointment. Now let's find him feeling better about it at the end of the passage. Here is the end of the passage. At this point, I remembered the fortune teller's peach blossom. When the mums were fading, would a peach come into bloom? So, of course, he's talking about this potential romantic interest, this woman that he meets later on in the passage. So we go from not being peachy at all to possible love interest for our narrator. All right. Number 2, which choice best characterizes the narrator's opinion of the fortune teller he met? Does he feel that the fortune teller is not someone to be taken seriously? Answer choice A, no. It's not A. He's not skeptical. He's not skeptical. He's not skeptical of the fortune teller. I'm going to cross it off. Does he treat the fortune teller with suspicion? Again, he's not suspicious or skeptical of this fortune teller. Is he disappointed that the fortune teller makes vague predictions? Nope. It's C. He believes that the fortune teller may be able to predict the future. And now I need to give you some evidence right from the passage that shows that he's not skeptical, that he does believe this fortune teller may have the truth. And this evidence right here, lines 17 through 20, let me read the evidence that he would trust this, that he trusts this fortune teller. 17 through 20. I'm just going to read right from the passage. This amateur fortune teller was the first honest man I had met. Someone who would actually admit that he couldn't tell, which must have meant that he could tell about the other stuff. So perhaps he will have this romantic good fortune that the fortune teller predicts. Interesting, right? I kind of like this passage. Kind of an interesting little story here. All right, so he does trust the fortune teller. He is not skeptical of the fortune teller. He believes that the fortune teller may have some value here because he's not afraid to tell him what he does not know. So maybe this guy's trustworthy. All right, so that was number 3. 3 was D, and 2 was C. So now I am on to 4. All right, the image of the chrysanthemum on the balcony in lines 25 through 28 mainly serve to suggest what? Well, he says that the flowers remind him of a cemetery. And he also mentions the empty balcony. I'm just pulling right from the passage. I'm going to read these lines so you can see the emptiness. And you can see the cemetery, perhaps, in answer choice D. The new apartment is so cold and bleak that even a beautiful flower can't transform it into a happy place. Let me show you this cemetery. Let me show you this empty balcony. This is right from the passage. These are lines 25 through 28. Just looking right at the passage. A chrysanthemum I had planted in a flower pot was blooming. Yellow petals. The kind the woman poet Li Jingzhao liked to write about. The mums made my empty balcony look like a small... Oh, I spelled cemetery incorrectly. Whoops. Sorry. Let's fix that. Cemetery. Sorry about that. All right, so those were lines 25 through 28. Pardon me. All right. Watch your spelling, people. I made a mistake there. No one corrected me. I don't see anyone correcting me. All right, so the mums made the empty balcony look like a small cemetery. You probably don't want to be in a cemetery in your empty balcony. He could tell that things aren't the way they should be. All right, so that one was D. It's not C. The narrator's love for poetry and natural beauty permeates every aspect of his life. The passage never makes that claim. It's not B. Despite the difficulty of the moving process, the narrator has made a good choice and will thrive in his new home. We don't necessarily get that image with the empty balcony that's like a cemetery. The narrator is confident about his ability to make a warm and inviting home in his new apartment. I don't see that confidence. The correct answer is D. The apartment is so cold and bleak it's like a cemetery. Even a beautiful flower can't transform it into a happy place. The emphasis is on the emptiness of the balcony, and it's like a cemetery. It's like a place where you put the dead. All right, so moving right along to number 5. In the context of the passage, the words dark, cloudy, and gloomy in line 35 primarily serve which function? I'm going to show you those lines right from the passage. All right, we're looking right in like 31 through 32. All right, the building was finished only a few years before, yet I was already the third owner of this apartment. The day I moved in was dark and cloudy. I'm just going to read. But the sky remained gloomy. What do these words do? Dark, cloudy, and gloomy. What do they do in the context of this passage? We're just looking at this for number 5. All right, do they A, heighten the contrast between the stormy weather and the excitement that the narrator and his friends are experiencing on the day of the move? No, they don't do that. I don't see the excitement. I don't see any excitement really whatsoever. They establish B, the dismal and foreboding atmosphere that characterizes this narrator's new home. It doesn't enhance the sense of dread and regret that the narrator feels as he leaves his old neighborhood. We don't get any regret. He never seems to regret this move. He talks about this move rather matter-of-factly. It seems like a move that he has to or wants to make. It doesn't sound like anything he regrets or dreads. C is out. Do these words, dark, cloudy, and gloomy, provide a description of the day's weather that matches the narrator's irritable mood? I don't think that our narrator is necessarily irritated. It's not in the passage. It's mainly just B. It does make it somewhat foreboding, right? Foreshadowing something seems a little off, a little darkness, a little gloominess here. It just seems characteristic of this new place that he's moving. All right, 6. This is how they test vocabulary. We are looking at the words puzzling over, as used in line 38. I was puzzling over it when my friend started to carry my... Oh yeah, he slips. On the porch in front of my building was a stain, a light brown one. At first, I didn't take any notice of it until I stepped on it and slipped. I was puzzling over it when my friend started to carry my stuff upstairs. So what does puzzling over mean in the context of this paragraph? All right. Was he marveling at it? No, I don't think so. Not marvelous. Was he dazed? Dazed by this stain? I don't think so. I don't think he's not bewildered. Was he worrying about this stain? That's going too far. I think he was just thinking about it. I think he's mostly just curious about it. So worrying about it would mean that maybe it's a real problem that they're going to have to fix. I think that's going too far. I think he's mostly just curious about it. His friends start moving his stuff upstairs. He was just wondering about it. He was curious about it. He doesn't think it's something marvelous, something worthy of wonder. He was not bewildered by it or dazed by it. Those seem like the incorrect answer choices. I think he's just generally a little bit curious, just wondering what's going on here. And now we need some evidence that supports the idea that the narrator has moved to a place characterized by dereliction and neglect. Where do we see, and it's not the stain, which is answer choice B. It's not the stain where we see this the most. It's actually in answer choice C where we see this the most. It's worse than the stain. The lines I'm going to read right here. These lines, 45 through 48, these most clearly show that the place that he's moved to is characterized by dereliction and neglect. 45 through 48. I'm just going to read right from the passage. All right. Weeds grew amid heaps of construction material abandoned at the curb. The streetlight was broken and there was darkness all around. So it might not be the most cared for place. That's the best evidence for this fact. There's some dereliction here. There's some neglect. So I found all that evidence right in lines 45 through 48. It's not the stain. This is worse. Worse than a stain. So hopefully you picked C and not B for that one. 8, according to the passage, turning on all of the lights in the apartment reveals evidence of the lives of previous tenants. What type of evidence? Well, we know the walls were painted by a previous tenant. Walls are painted by a previous tenant. Walls are painted, so that's evidence of some previous habitation. We also know we get childish drawings. Childish drawings, so that is evidence of a previous inhabitant. We also get a footprint, which is evidence of a previous inhabitant. Footprint, childish drawings, and the walls have been painted. Do we know for a fact that all of the rooms have spacious, airy interiors? That's not in the passage. The passage never states that. We don't know. We don't know if the rooms are spacious, if they're cramped. It really makes no claim about it. Do we know that the apartment is much smaller than the narrator expected it would be? This claim is not in the passage. This is never mentioned, so I'm going to cross it off. Do we know that the apartment has a warm and cozy feel? We know that the opposite is true. We know it's a sterile, cold place. It's like a cemetery. So it's not warm and cozy at all. All right, on to number 9. The use of the words beaming and bright in lines 82 through 83 primarily implies that the narrator's neighbor what? All right, I'm going to read right from the passage. Let's look at this beaming and bright part toward the end of the passage. All right, here we go. She answered, beaming a bright smile. If you have any questions, or if there's anything you don't know, just come back and ask me. Yeah, beaming and bright. Beaming and bright. So let's look at some answer choices. We know that she's beaming a bright smile. She's smiling at him. She's saying, okay, if you have any questions or if there's anything you don't know, I'll just come back and ask me. This is a neighbor. All right, let's go through some answer choices, see if we can eliminate some of these. Does she fascinate the narrator with her kindness and beauty? That's going too far. The passage never makes that claim. The passage does indicate that maybe this will be a future love interest. Maybe the fortune teller was right. But there's nothing in this passage about her kindness and beauty. It's out. It's just not in the passage. So we have to cross it off. What about D? Does the beaming and the bright smile, does it overwhelm the narrator? Does this character overwhelm the narrator with her friendly manner, making him relieved to retreat to his apartment? Well, we know this doesn't happen. He doesn't immediately retreat. We know that doesn't happen. And he doesn't seem to be overwhelmed. I'll put a little question mark. She overwhelms the narrator? I don't see that. I don't see that in the passage. And we know that he doesn't just immediately relieve himself to retreat to his apartment. D is out. C is also not in the passage. This does not inspire him. He doesn't say, okay, I'm going to go meet everybody now. The best answer is B. All these words, beaming and bright, in the narrator's, this other woman, in her interaction with the narrator, the beaming, bright smile, gives the narrator a hopeful feeling because her demeanor is such a contrast to the apartment's bleak atmosphere. We know this place is like a sterile or like a cold cemetery, really. So that, pardon me, just got an itchy nose. That gives us the best evidence for this hopeful feeling that the narrator is going to feel here. Last question for this passage. Based on the passage, it can be reasonably inferred that compared to the narrator's new neighborhood, Huangpu West is characterized by more opportunities to interact with people, answer choice A, and there's evidence right in line 93. I'm going to read right from the passage. Here's evidence that that compared to the narrator's new neighborhood, the old neighborhood had more interaction with people, perhaps line 93. This is right from the passage. Here we go. This is the other character. This is the woman character talking. This place is different from Huangpu West, she said. You hardly ever see anybody, and it may take some getting used to. So that's some evidence that shows how Huangpu West is different from Huangpu East. So our narrator's old neighborhood had more opportunities to interact with people, and the evidence is right there in line 93. Okay, so we finished the literature passage. Literature is done. We're going to move on to the next one. All right, 11 through 21 is another passage. This is a scientific experiment involving touching objects. We have two different experiments. I always like to read these. It says, this one's adapted from Stephen C. Pan, A Touch to Remember, by Scientific American, copyright 2019 by Scientific American, a division of Springer Nature America Incorporated. Okay, so here we have a science passage. So we have two experiments in this passage. We have the first experiment where the participants are handed, they're blindfolded and they're handed common household objects. I'm just trying to remind you what this passage was about if you haven't seen it for, since May. So they're handing these participants common household objects. The participants are blindfolded for this study. And then the participants are asked they hold the objects for 10 seconds each. Next, while remaining blindfolded, each participant completed a memory test. On this test, two nearly identical versions of each object were successfully held, for instance, 2 dinner spoons. Only one of each had been presented before, and the participants had to determine which. All right, so when the memory test occurred just after the study period, participants chose the correct object correctly 94% of the time. All right, and that's interesting. And then we have a different experiment. A second experiment happens over here. And in this next experiment, this time the group of blindfolded participants, it's a little different. They're handed objects. They're asked to explore them by touching them. But rather than telling them to memorize them, they simply ask the participants how pleasant each object felt. There was no intentional effort to memorize the objects. However, a week later, they were given a surprise memory test. Surprise! We're going to ask you about all these objects. Can you correctly identify them, not by touch, but only visually? That's the second experiment. So it's a little bit different than the first experiment. So I just wanted to clarify that there are two experiments going on here. And then we have some figures. You're probably going to have to use figure 1 and figure 2 for some questions. So let's just dive right into some questions. All right, it can most reasonably be inferred from the passage that the objects used in Hutmacher and Kuhbonder's experiments, what? Did they, I'm just going to consider B, did they tend to evoke pleasure in those who touched them? I think they're trying to trick you by referencing the second experiment. We have no reason to think that these objects would necessarily evoke pleasure. They're just common household objects. I think that they're trying to trick you because we know for the second study they were asked how pleasant each one felt. But I think they're trying to trick you here. These are just common household objects. We have no reason to think that they tend to evoke pleasure in the people in those who touch them. What about C? Are they unlikely to be routinely encountered in daily life? We know these are common household objects. So it's not C. We know that these are things like spoons and forks or whatever common objects they were. Is it D? Have they been determined by other researchers to be especially memorable? Not in the passage. The passage never makes that claim. All we know is that the objects possessed individually distinct physical characteristics. we know that it was possible for the people being experimented on to differentiate the objects quite correctly most of the time. The vast majority of the time, the subjects could identify the objects immediately after and also 1 week later. So we know most of the time they are able to identify these things, so they must have had little differences to them, right? They didn't just give them 2 identical spoons and say, okay, that study would not show you very much. They weren't that evil. The objects were a little different. So which part of the passage, we now have to find the best evidence for that idea. Which part of the passage tells us that the objects were slightly different? It's D, lines 39 through 44, tell us that there must have been some differences to these objects. I'm just going to read these lines, 39 through 44. Given the challenge of memorizing the many details that may differentiate an object from another, such as the curve of a spoon handle or its overall length, and the fact that hundreds of items were touched in a short period of time, the outcome is no small feat. Yet human beings can accomplish this with relative ease. So there are some differences, such as the curve of one spoon may have been different to the curve of another spoon, or the overall length of one spoon may have been different to the overall length of another spoon. So we know that there are some differences. They're not total maniacs, these scientists, just trying to trick these people with perfectly identical objects. We know that there must have been some differences. So that was 12 is D. 13 is a vocab question. Yet human beings can accomplish this with relative ease. And for the vocab questions, I like to read the words they give you back in the sentence. Try this strategy. Read the answer choices back into the question, back into the sentence. Read the answer choices back into the sentence. I'm going to try it with dependent. I'm just going to put dependent where relative is. Let's see if it fits. Yet human beings can accomplish this with dependent ease. I don't think that makes sense. I'm going to cross it off. Let's try comparative. Yet human beings can accomplish this with comparative ease. Makes perfect sense. So relative can mean comparative. I can relate one thing to something else. It's relative. Or I can compare one thing to something else. It's comparatively simple. Right? If something is easy, we could do it with comparative ease or relative ease. Same idea here. So I like reading the answer choices back in the sentence. If we tried close ease or appropriate ease, you might think that you encountered a near word or a word that would almost make sense, but the point is there is a better word, and that word would be comparative. Comparative makes the most sense. It means relative. Relative means comparative. Okay, so that's a vocab question. 14, the sixth paragraph, lines 51 through 64, primarily serves which function? 51 through 64, that's this paragraph. The sixth paragraph, 51 through 64. They're asking us about this paragraph right here. Maybe I'll just skim it real quickly. A second experiment was even more startling. Okay, this is the setup. This is how they conducted the second experiment. So as I said, they had the participants, and rather than tell them to memorize the objects, they were simply asked how pleasant each one is. Then, a week later, there's a surprise memory test. I'm going to ask you to visually identify the objects you touched. Can you compare them to ones you did not touch? This might be hard. All right, so this is our second experiment. Yet the accuracy rate remained high. Even when participants felt unsure and had to guess, they still identified the correct object more often than not. Interesting. So that's what that whole paragraph does. That whole paragraph, 14, describes experiment number 2, a subsequent study that further probes a research question. That's exactly what it does. That's exactly what that paragraph does. I don't think I'm going to even bother to consider the wrong answers here. This whole paragraph, the one that I had circled right here, just describes experiment 2. What is experiment 2? Well, that's exactly what it was. All right, 15. All right, it's another vocab question. What does the word simply mean in line 54? All right. Here it is. Rather than carefully study, they simply rated how pleasant each object felt. I'm going to read the words back in the sentence. And you're looking for the most correct answer. Let's try directly. Rather than carefully study, they directly rated how pleasant each object felt. That might be tempting. You might be tempted to pick A directly. I think that's not the best answer choice. I would call that one of those near words. One of those words that, would almost fit here, but I think there's a better choice. Let's try quietly. Rather than carefully study, they quietly rated how pleasant each object felt. I don't think so. I'm going to cross it off. I don't think they quietly did that necessarily. Let's try openly. They openly rated how pleasant each object felt. I think that doesn't make a whole ton of sense. I'm going to cross it off. What about only? Maybe simply means only in the sense of merely or just. Let me try these words. I'm going to read simply. I'm going to read the way it was written. Maybe then I'll read only. Maybe I'll read merely or just. This is the correct answer. This is sort of the type of word that we're looking for. Let me try simply, then I'll try only. I'm just going to read it the way it was written. Rather than carefully study, they simply rated how pleasant each object felt. Rather than carefully study, they only rated how pleasant each object felt. Rather than carefully study, they merely rated how pleasant each object felt. Rather than carefully study, they just rated how pleasant each object felt. That is the correct word here. That is the best word, which was answer choice D. So we can use only to stand in for simply, or merely, or just would also sort of get that kind of idea what they're doing here. All right, line 16. According to the passage, an important difference between the memory test in the first and second experiment is that in the second experiment, the memory test was, surprise, memory test, it was unexpected by the participants. That's an important difference. We don't know that the participants were allowed to discuss their responses. We don't know if it was administered. It was 1 week later. It definitely wasn't C. So it wasn't immediately after. It was a week later. Did it permit participants to touch objects a second time before responding? No, it was visual only. So this was A. That was a surprise memory test. All right, 17. All right. It can most reasonably be inferred from the passage that the author believes that Hutmacher and Kuhbonder's research underscores a potential disconnect between... Pardon me. Oh, wow. All right, so there was a disconnect. And the disconnect, it's a disconnect between B, verbal expression, and tactile sensation. If you missed this, this is in the last sentence of the passage. I'm going to read it for you. It's not C. C says initial impressions, there's a disconnect between initial impressions and long-term memory. It turns out memory is pretty good. So there isn't some huge disconnect between initial impressions and long-term memory. It turns out that's what the study sort of proves. Our memories are pretty good just from like feeling this coffee cup, for example. I could probably, a week later, differentiate this coffee cup from another one. Because memory turns out to be pretty good. I'm going to read this last sentence. The last sentence reveals a disconnect between verbal expression, the way you articulate things with your voice and talking, versus tactile sensation. Tactile just means involving touch. So does this last sentence, I'm just going to read the last sentence of the whole passage. Does the last sentence of the passage indicate that there is a disconnect between the way we speak and way we express things verbally versus tactile sensation, the sensation of touch. I'm just going to read right from the passage, just read the last sentence. Let's see if there's a disconnect. Here we go. Moreover, maybe I'll read a little bit before the last sentence. Moreover, information appears to be stored without much conscious awareness. As a result, those memories can manifest in interesting ways. For instance, you may not be able to verbalize. Verbal expression, that's in our question. You may not be able to verbalize how something felt, but you will be able to recognize it. You will be able to recognize it by grasping or by looking at it. So there is a disconnect between how we speak about things that we've touched. There's a disconnect between verbal expression, how we speak, how we talk about things, and the sensation of touch. So I just found some evidence right from the passage that it can be easily inferred from the passage that the author believes this to be the case. So I found you some good evidence right there. And that was actually I think it's the next question. Yeah. So we have to do the same thing that I just did. I have to find you evidence from the end of the passage for 18. And it was line 73. Line 73 through 76. That was from the end of the passage. Yeah, like right here. 71, 2, 3. Yep. So that was the evidence that I just read. You may not be able to verbalize how something felt, but you will be able to recognize it. Something feels different, right? Maybe you can't explain exactly what you felt when you held that object, but if you held that object again, maybe this pencil, I know which one it is. I know it now. You might not be able to verbalize or explain how you might know. But yeah, I got a gut feeling here. I feel like I'm merely guessing, but we know that they're not really guessing. They may think that they're guessing, but they actually have some kind of knowledge that they can't really verbally describe. They can't explain. All right, so 18 was D. All right, now we have to just read a couple figures. Can you read a basic figure? Can you read figure 1? All right, so according to figure 1 in the first experiment, 1 week after studying the objects, the participants could correctly identify them by touch approximately which percentage of the time. So I'm looking at figure 1, and I'm looking for 1 week later. I'm looking to identify identify them by touch. Let's take a look at our graph. Figure 1. Looking at the first bar graph. So I know I'm looking for 1 week after. I'm looking at this bar. So can you read a basic bar graph if you had to? I'm going to say it's like 84% maybe, something like that. Kind of hard to tell. 1 week after having identified by touch for the first experiment. That's what our passage is asking us about for this question. All right, so where is that? About how much? I said it looked like it's about 84% to me. So whatever you guys think. Maybe approximately 84%. Maybe it's 85%. I don't know. Something like that. Somewhere between 80 and 90%. We're just looking for figure 1, first experiment, 1 week after studying, identifying correctly by touch. So could you read a graph if you had to? Sure you can. Like that's not too bad. We don't have to perform any math. We just have to read the graph. Could you look at the graph and find what the mean accuracy was? It looks like it's about 84%, something like that. All right, 20. According to figure 2, now we're on to the other figure. The mean accuracy of participants who said they guessed when visually identifying objects was what? Is it more than 60? More than 70? Less than 80? Less than 90? The mean accuracy, I'm just looking at figure 2. Just going to go look at figure 2. We are looking for figure 2. We are looking for the mean accuracy of participants who said they guessed when visually identifying objects. It's right here. Doop. We're looking at this bar here. So we're looking at merely guessing. We're looking at figure 2. And we know it's visual, so we know it's not this. We know we're not using touch. So I'd say it's more than, I'm just going to extend this bar over, more than 60. I'm going to guess it's like 62%. Let's see which answer choice is more than 60. We're looking at that bar here. Identified visually, but they think they're merely guessing. 62%. But they're doing pretty well if they're merely guessing. Their accuracy is pretty high. So that leads me to think that they're not merely guessing. All right, so which one is more than 60? Looks like 62%. That was answer choice A. Right there. So I said it looked kind of like 62% to me, but whatever you guys think. Could you read a basic bar graph? They're going to test you on that. All right, 21. Here's the last question for this passage. Which statement about trends in the identification of objects can be supported by the data in Figure 2? It's B. The higher the confidence level of the participants, the greater their mean accuracy in identifying objects, both by touch and visually. Let's see if is that what this chart shows us? Just looking at Figure 2. I'm going to erase my marks. That's exactly what this both visually and by touch. So when they have high confidence, it's like this first bar, they are most able to identify the objects. Let's look at the next topic. When they have some doubt, but they know they're not merely guessing, they're doing a little bit better. Their mean accuracy is still very high. It's between 70 and 80% if they touch it, and it's still between maybe a lower 70s if they do it visually. But they're still doing a good job. They're not merely guessing. Even when they're guessing, their confidence is less than when they have high confidence. So that's pretty much what we would expect. So that one was B. 21 was B. The higher they have their confidence, the higher their mean accuracy is in identifying objects both by touch and visually. And it goes down from there. When they're less confident, the mean goes down slightly. When they think that they're guessing, it's still pretty high, but they're guessing and it went down a little bit more. Like, I'm just going to consider a wrong answer. Like, look at D. D might be a tempting wrong answer. D says the more likely participants are to guess, the more accurately they identify objects both by touch and visually. We know that's not true. This would say less. The less likely the participants are to guess, the more accurately they identify objects both by touch and visually. So that's why answer choice D is wrong. It just kind of got things backwards here. So you could look at the other wrong answer choices if you like, but this one is B. When they're more confident, their accuracy is greater, and it just sort of goes down. All right, now we're on the next passage. We're moving right along here. All right, next passage is a science passage about lichen. We've been wrong about lichen for 150 years, is the title of this. It's by Maddie Stone. So it says lichens are complex organisms composed of algae and fungi. Or fungi, however you want to say that. Yeah, I think fungi. Okay. All right, so here's the passage. And it's kind of a neat passage. Just going to remind everyone what this passage is generally about before we get into it. So it's kind of all, everything kind of boils down. The author introduces it pretty well. But so for a long time, we have an alga, which is the singular form of algae. Algae is many algas, I guess. So that's a single microbe, a tiny green microbe, an alga, joining forces with a fungus. It's a tale of two cross-kingdom organisms, one providing food and the other one shelter. And it's been our touchstone example of symbiosis for 150 years. So if you have a parasitic relationship between two organisms, that means that one organism sort of feeds off of the other one. One organism does well, and the other one may be harmed even. It's parasitic. But here we have symbiotic. Symbiotic relationship means it's a positive relationship between two organisms in which both organisms benefit. Trouble is, that story is nowhere near complete because you know what it turns out? There's another fungi. So it wasn't just one fungus. We have algae and two different types of fungi. So it's not just that we thought it was a typical example of symbiosis between two different organisms, and algae and fungus, but it's not. There's another type of fungus. That's what this passage goes on to demonstrate. So I thought this was another interesting passage about this lichen. So you read about this lichen. They tell you what this new type of fungus is. It's called... I'm just going to try to tell you what it is real quickly. They give it a name. Oh, Basidiomycete is the other fungus. So we have Basidiomycete, we have Ascomycete, which is the other fungus, and we have the algae. So all of those three things are involved. And it's a kind of an interesting science passage, another science passage. So let's just start diving into some of these questions. All right. 22. So in context, the main purpose of the sentence in 67 is what? This was from that beginning of the passage. Trouble is, that story is nowhere near complete. So what do those lines do? I'm just going to go through maybe one or two wrong answers and then go to the right one. I think it's helpful to go through some wrong answers. We don't have time to go through every wrong answer. I'm going to mainly focus on the right answers. But look at this wrong answer. Look at C. Do those lines, the lines that I just read. Trouble is, that story is nowhere near complete. Do those lines suggest that research into lichens has generally been proceeding at too slow a pace? No. The passage never makes that claim that the research is has been proceeding at too slow a pace. What those lines do, those lines illustrate D. Those lines introduce the idea that the most widely accepted understanding of lichens is flawed. It's not a simple symbiotic relationship between two entities. What they go on to say is we have to rewrite the textbooks. So that one was D. The most widely understanding of lichens is flawed. All right, as used in line 8, sweeping means what? And I think that they're just playing around with different dictionary definitions for the word sweeping. Perhaps if you pick up a dictionary, maybe at some points it means indiscriminate, maybe it means spacious, extensive, or unconditional. The only way we could test this is in context. So I'm going to read it in the context of line 8, and only one of these answer choices is going to make any sense. Watch out for near words. Watch out for words that almost make sense in the context of this sentence, but not really. Maybe they don't make total sense. Let's just look at line 8. All right. A sweeping genetic analysis of lichen has revealed a third symbiotic organism. Rewrite the textbooks, right? Trouble is, it wasn't just a simple symbiotic relationship. All right, a sweeping genetic analysis. I'm going to read the word indiscriminate back in the sentence. Let's see if answer choice A makes any sense. I'm just going to try it. An indiscriminate genetic analysis of lichen has revealed a third symbiotic organism. I don't think that our genetic analysis would necessarily, or by definition, be indiscriminate. I'm going to cross that off. That sounds incorrect to me. Let's try spacious. I'm just going to try spacious instead of sweeping. A spacious genetic analysis of lichen has revealed a third symbiotic organism. I think I would almost consider that a near word. A word that would almost make sense in the context of the sentence, but not really. Let's try extensive. I think that this will be the best answer here. The most correct answer choice? Does this sound most correct to you? Let's try extensive. Perhaps sweeping can mean extensive. An extensive genetic analysis of lichen has revealed a third symbiotic organism. That makes perfect sense. That makes the most sense. I know that that's the right answer. Unconditional would make no sense. If I talk about an unconditional genetic analysis, I don't like it. I like extensive. Makes the most sense to me. So watch out for near words, words that almost make sense. You have to select the most correct answer choice, the best answer choice. All right, 24. In lines 9 through 11, the phrase hiding in plain sight, the words eluded and the words stowaway mainly serve what function? I'm going to read those lines from 9 through 11. Here's stowaway. That's one of the words they ask us about stowaway. They ask hiding in place. They ask about hiding in plain sight, and they ask us about eluded. All right, I'm going to read these words. A sweeping genetic analysis of lichen has revealed a third symbiotic organism hiding in plain sight alongside the familiar two that has eluded scientists for decades. The stowaway. That's a person who jumps on the back of a ship and stows away, right? It sounds like what it is. A stowaway is just someone shouldn't be there. There's another fungus, basidiomycete yeast. All right, so what are those words? Hiding in plain sight, eluded, and stowaway. What do those words indicate? They mainly serve to B, they characterize the basidiomycete yeast as a component that was undetected even during studies of lichens. This is rewrite the textbooks. Right here. Rewrite the textbooks. How do we miss this? How do we miss this stowaway? How do we miss this thing hiding in plain sight? How do we miss this thing that had eluded us? It doesn't tell us about the challenges inherent in using genetic analysis, really. It doesn't highlight traits of the basidiomycete yeast that led scientists to misclassify it as a different fungus. It doesn't hint at the likelihood that the presence of the basidiomycete yeast will be visible in additional genera of lichen. Really, it just says rewrite the textbooks. They serve to characterize the basidiomycete yeast as a component that was undetected before, and even during studies of lichens. All right, rewrite the textbooks. I like it. 25. The passage indicates that molecular dating allowed Scribble's team to do what? I'm going to find the part about the molecular dating, and I'm going to read it to you. Here we go. Wait, let me find it. Molecular dating. You're right here, line 15. I was staring right at it. According to the molecular dating. All right, I'm going to read right from the passage. So the question said, the passage indicates that molecular dating allowed Scribble's team to do what? According to molecular dating, it's probably been along for the ride since the beginning. It's been found in 52 genera of lichen across 6 continents, indicating that it is an extremely widespread, if not ubiquitous, which means appearing everywhere, part of the symbiosis. And according to molecular dating, it's probably been along for the ride since the beginning. All right, this is question 25. So that sentence that I just read about the molecular dating indicates that the basidiomycete, this new yeast that they discovered, has likely been present in lichens in the Parmeliaceae family, which you know this is the main family of lichens, and this is the family of lichens that our experts, our scientists are studying. It's the most common type of lichen. That's all that is. All right, let's keep moving. 26. A main purpose of the 5th paragraph, 28 through 35, is to do what? So they will test you on main ideas. versus details? All right. Is it to question the methodology scientists have used? Maybe I should read these lines first. Let me read lines 28 through 35 for you real quickly. All right, just reading right from the passage. Oh, it's this whole paragraph. All right. Lichens are nearly impossible to resynthesize in the lab, Spribble said, explaining how the colonies take a long time to grow and that the conditions needed to induce symbiosis are not well known. Unable to rear their test subjects in controlled environments, lichen researchers have struggled to perform basic experiments that could shed light on the roles of the different symbionts. All right, so they're testing us on main ideas versus maybe a detail. What was the main idea of that paragraph? This is a detail. Answer choice is B. It's in that paragraph. They talk about the time required to cultivate lichen colonies. That's not the main purpose of those lines that I read. That's more of a detail. The main purpose would be D, to explain some of the difficulties of conducting research involving lichens. They're not questioning the methodology scientists have used in most recent studies. They're not implying that scientists must find a new way to synthesize lichens. That's not in there. It's really just D. They're just explaining some of the difficulties. We know it takes time to grow lichens, but that's more of a detail in that paragraph, not the main idea. They will test you on main ideas versus details. So that's why B is out. Even though it's contained within that passage, it's more of a detail. It's not what that passage, not what that paragraph's mainly about. 27. Based on the passage, the author would most likely characterize Spribble's team's conclusion about the RNA found in Brioria tortuosa and Brioria fremonti lichens as somewhat ironic because the team's attempt to isolate and identify a genetic difference between the two lichen species revealed a commonality between them instead. Did you remember this part from the passage? So these lichens are seemingly identical. Seemingly identical, and they worried about this idea of contamination. To the point, very ironic, to the point that were these samples contaminated? So that's the irony. So the seemingly identical lichens led them to reveal a commonality between them. That would be ironic. Let's go through some of the wrong answers. Would be puzzling because the team had assumed that the presence of volpinic acid in the lichens would prohibit the survival of other organisms. The passage never makes that claim. It's not in the passage, so I can cross it off. Is it satisfying because the team's previous attempts to provide genetic proof of basidiomycete yeast in lichen samples have been inconclusive? No, there's no mention of this. It's not in the passage, so I can cross it off. Would it be frustrating? Because it seems unlikely that the team will be able to find the same evidence of basidiomycete yeast when they repeat their study with other lichen species. You know what, actually? This seems repeatable. I think that the scientists will be able to repeat this. This may be present in all lichens. It's not D. It's A. It's ironic because they're attempted to isolate a genetic difference between two lichen, revealed a commonality between them. Maybe a commonality between all lichen, which is interesting. They thought it could be a contamination. And now you have to find the evidence from the passage. Where do we get the evidence that this is kind of ironic, that this thing that may be this commonality between the lichens, they thought maybe it was contamination. This is right in line 64 through 69. Let me read right from the passage. Here's your evidence. 64 through 69, right here. When Scribble and his colleagues analyzed Brioria's RNA, the messenger form of DNA, they discovered something amazing. We found that there was a third thing riding along in every single sample, he said, referring to the previously unknown basidiomycete. All right. So there's some evidence. It's a little ironic, a little unexpected. They took another look back, and they found a commonality between them instead. They were looking for a difference, and they found a commonality. That's ironic, right? When something happens that's unexpected in this type of way, that's like a form of irony. There are different forms of irony. This would be a form of situational irony. All right, that was 28. Now we're on 29. Which potential finding would provide the best support for the passage's main conclusion about lichens? Let me look at a wrong answer first. Researchers collect more evidence to prove that the Asomycete in lichens has a unique RNA sequence. We would expect the Asomycete in lichens to have a unique RNA sequence. That makes sense to me. The correct answer choice for this one would actually be D. So this potential finding would provide the best support for the main conclusion of the passage. What if researchers discover that the two distinct fungi are present in lichens outside the Parmeliaceae family? We know this is the main family of lichens, and we also know that this is the one that they have currently studied. Main family, they study this family. All right, so what if they discover two distinct fungi are present in lichens outside the Parmeliaceae family? That would mean what the authors were suggesting, what they were implying. They were implying that the passage's main conclusion here is that this triple symbiotic relationship may permeate all type of lichens, not just the Parmeliaceae family, which was the main family that they studied. And now, which conclusion about basidiomycete yeast is best supported by the passage? For 30, the one that is best supported by the passage would be A. It may have been absent in distant ancestors of the lichens that Scribble studied. And now I have to find the evidence. It was right from the end of the passage. Here's the evidence right from the passage that the basidiomycete yeast may have been absent in distant ancestors of the lichens that Scribble studied. I'm just going to read 89 through 92 right from the end of the passage. Right here. Maybe I'll read the whole last paragraph. We can't be certain the second fungus is present in all lichens. Scribble's study only looked at the lichens in the Parmeliaceae family, the most widespread and successful group on Earth today. But the entire lineage is vast and ancient, and it's possible some groups split off on the evolutionary tree before the basidiomycete arrived on the scene. So it's possible. We don't know. So further study will be necessary, right? So that conclusion about basidiomycete yeast is best supported by that part of the passage. This is the idea that may have been absent in distant ancestors. It's possible. And I just read those lines. I read right from the passage that it could have been absent in distant ancestors if it split off before, if this had happened before. It's possible some groups split off right before the basidiomycete arrived on the scene, but who knows, right? They're going to have to determine that. The scientists will, I guess. All right, so that one was 31. All right, now we are on to the paired passage. Just a couple more passages. So this is the global conversation passage. This is the one that's about history and social studies and civics. They call it a global conversation. Usually it's history, social studies, or civics. All right, the global conversation. So here we have two different passages. We have one that is written by Edmund Burke. That's this passage. And we have one that is written by St. Aubin. Okay. All right, here is our, I don't know what happened to my L. That was supposed to say social studies. All right, I'm going to cross it off anyway. All right, let's get rid of that. Okay, so we have one by Burke, one by St. Aubin. Here's something I want to mention. Make sure that you're doing this. Split up the passages. What do I mean by that? I mean, on test day, you should just read passage 1. Now you should go straight to the questions, and don't read passage 2 just yet. Read passage 1, and you're going to answer as many questions as you can. How many could we answer? We could answer this one. We could answer this one. Oh, we could answer this one. We can answer this one. Now we have to go back and read passage 2. So we couldn't read this one just yet. Now we go back and read passage 2. Now we're going to answer the rest of the questions. Now we can answer the questions that are about passage 2, but we can also answer the questions that compare passage 1 with passage 2. So always remember to split up the passages. I don't know, some students I've said, are you doing this? Some students have told me like, yeah, I've naturally just been doing that. I know that it would make sense. Why would I read passage 2? I want to answer the questions about passage 1 first. So hopefully you're doing this. If not, just remember that you can always split up the passages when it comes to this paired passage. And there's one paired passage on every SAT reading section. All right, so now that we got all that out of the way, I'm always going to read this because they always give this to you. So it makes sense to read this. Here we go. Passage 1 is adapted from a speech delivered to Parliament in 1780 by Edmund Burke. Passage 2 is by another gentleman. It's delivered to Parliament in 1784. This one is by Sir John St. Aubin. Both men were elected members of the British Parliament. So we have MPs, a legislative body that shared authority with the monarch. All right, so we'll take a look at Burke's passage first. We're going to answer half of the questions, and then we're going to go back and read the other passage, and then we're going to answer the rest of the questions. All right, let's try 32. All right, 32 says, Burke indicates in passage 1 that elections should be not so frequent that they cause legislators to be inattentive to their duties. I'm going to find you some evidence right from the passage. This occurs in line maybe 16 through 20 or so. Just going to give you some evidence straight from the passage that elections, this is according to Burke, our first author, elections should not be so frequent that they cause legislators to be inattentive to their duties. So they make it so that these legislators cannot perform their legislative duties. Here we go. I'm just looking from line 16 or so through 20 or so. Like right around here. Just straight from the passage. This is straight from Burke. All right. The objects in view are to have parliaments as frequent as they can be without distracting them in the prosecution of public business. On one hand, to secure their independence upon the people. On the other, to give them that quiet in their minds and that ease in their fortunes as to enable them to perform, the legislators, to perform the most arduous and most painful duty in the world with spirit, with efficiency, with independency, and with experience as real public counselors, not as the canvassers at a perpetual election. So I found some great evidence from this passage that this one is C. Burke indicates in the first passage that elections should be not so frequent that they mess up the legislators, that they cause the legislators to be inattentive in their abilities. The other, so we're just going to keep moving. I gave you some evidence there. Based on the first passage, Burke most likely believes that for some politicians, proposing idealistic plans is a way of what? Well, our first author says it's a way to give the appearance, I like this one, give the appearance of caring more than about the constituents more than they actually do. And you know what it says? They say it's easy to fake a zeal for liberty. Let's look at this zeal for liberty part of the passage. And let's also look at the lofty ideas that I'm going to read about. This is straight from the first passage. Let's consider these lofty ideas in this part right here. I like this sentence. This is a great sentence. I think this is true to this day. It is easy to pretend a zeal for liberty. Those who think themselves not to be encumbered with the performance of their promises, either from their known inability or total indifference about the performance, never fail to entertain the most lofty ideas. They are certainly the most specious. I like that word too. They are certainly the most specious, and they cost them neither reflection to frame, nor pains to modify, nor management to support. So it's easy to pretend a zeal for liberty. It's easy to lie in this manner. It's easy to give the appearance of caring about the people more than they actually do by, evincing these lofty ideas or proclaiming a zeal for liberty. Here is that evidence I found, 28 through 33. This is right where I found it in the passage, by the way. 28's right here, 31, 32, 33. So like right here. That was our evidence. It's easy to pretend a zeal for liberty. It's easy to come up with these lofty ideas. All right, and then now to 35. In passage 1, Burke's use of the word watchman. He says we are watchmen in line 42. What does this word do? Let's look at it right here. The task is of another nature to those who mean to promise nothing that is not in their intention, or maybe possibly be in their power to perform. To those who are bound and principled no more to delude the understandings than to violate the liberty of their fellow subjects. Faithful watchmen we ought to be over the rights and privileges of the people. So that is our duty, according to Burke. So let's see if we can pick an answer choice for that, about this idea of being watchmen. So this idea of being watchmen clarifies the role of legislators in protecting the freedoms of the governed. We're not illustrating a misconception, I don't know what that would be, held by a number of uninformed voters. We're not emphasizing the importance of legislators in shaping public opinion about controversies. What controversies? I don't think it makes any sense. D, are we acknowledging that legislators must ultimately yield to the Crown's sovereignty? I think both authors seem to be a little bit skeptical of the Crown's sovereignty, or at least total sovereignty. Like, look at the first passage. The first author says, we are agreed too that the term ought not to be chosen most likely in its operation to spread corruption and to augment the already overgrown influence of the Crown. So these are members of Parliament. Burke in particular seems to think that the monarch already has too much authority. So it's certainly not this one. It's certainly not D. Our other author also mentioned the Crown, so we're going to have to go back here, right here. This is where the author of passage 2 mentions the influencing powers of the Crown, the monarch, are daily increasing. So I doubt that either gentleman would feel that the monarch should have ultimate power. They're members of Parliament. They want to have power. And the author of passage 1, Burke, is a little more explicit about it than St. Aubin. St. Aubin just notices that the Crown is increasing in his power. Burke is saying that this is kind of alarming, right? The overgrown influence of the Crown. Okay. So hopefully you realized that one was not D. I tried to explain why. 36. All right, so now we have to go back and read passage 2. We didn't read it yet because it doesn't make sense to read it yet. Why read passage 2 when they're not even asking us about passage 2 for 4 or 5 questions? They haven't asked us 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we were able to answer 4 questions without having to go read passage 2. Now we're going to read passage 2, so we go back, read it. All right, in passage 2, St. Aubin emphasizes the significance of past situations in which the rights of the people were most strongly protected by the legislators' concern about an upcoming election. And I'm going to give you the evidence. This is right from the passage. The evidence for this is right in line 74. Let me read right from passage 2. I will tell you that and most often in past situations in which the rights of the people were most strongly protected, it was only because the legislators were concerned about the upcoming election. Let me read it right from the document. This is right from line 74. Here we go. All right. Let me go here. Let's read it. All right. Modern history, I believe, will inform us that some very dangerous attempts upon our liberties have been disappointed, not so much by, from the virtue of many in this house, as not their virtue, like their own characteristic of that positive quality of virtue. If you're a virtuous person, that means you are whole in that way. We have virtue. We have those positive qualities. All right, I'm getting distracted. Let me read this again. Modern history, I believe, will inform us that some very dangerous attempts upon our liberties have been disappointed, not so much from the virtue of many in this house, as from the apprehensions that they may have had of an approaching election. They're going to lose their job. So liberty becomes protected just based on this notion that they don't want to lose their position. They don't want to lose their status as a member of parliament more than anything. So that's mainly about, our liberties are often protected by concern of an upcoming election, which is funny, but I think it's an important part of democracy. All right, so I gave you the evidence for that one. 38, here's a vocab question. What are arts? In line 58. Oh, sorry. Line 85, sorry. Right here. Arts, several arts. All right, I'm just reading right from the passage. A farther mischief of long parliaments is that a minister has time and opportunities of getting acquaintance with members and of practicing his several arts to win them on into his schemes. Scheming. I'm going to start talking about corruption in Parliament. All right, so what type of arts are we talking about? Are we talking about beautiful creations? Are we talking about aesthetic art? So this is the type of art that you try to create in art class. You try to create something that is beautiful in some way, that it has an aesthetic value to it. We're not talking about the pretty sculpture that you made in art class. We're not talking about the pretty painting that you made in art class. We're not talking about aesthetic art. We're not talking about aesthetics at all. We're talking about art in the sense of your political arts, your scheming, your political cunning. Put schemes here. So your schemes, your sophisticated skills, your political arts, your schemes are what we're talking about in line 85. The scheming. All right, so it's not a study of aesthetics, which is D, beautiful creations. We're talking about their skills in politics. Political arts, scheming. All right, 38, just a couple more for this passage 2. Based on passage 2, St. Aubin would likely attribute most of his corruption among government representatives to D, steady deterioration of values that gradually undermine the mission of elected leaders. So our author, St. Aubin, the author of passage 2, says, you know what? Corruption is shocking at first. It's shocking to see corruption right out of the gate. But by the second time you're electing this person, you might see a little bit of corruption. Certainly by the third time you're electing this person, it's a steady deterioration of values that leads to corruption. Let me find it right from the passage. This is right from the author of passage 2. Look at this. Corruption is of so base a nature that at first sight it is extremely shocking. Hardly any one of us has submitted to it all at once. ... One or two, perhaps, have deserted their colors the first campaign. Some have done it a second. This is a gradual deterioration. But a great many who have not the eager disposition to vices are those bad things that we do, will wait till the third time that they're elected. So it is a steady deterioration of values, which was D here. 39. Which choice from passage 2 best represents St. Aubyn's likely response to Burke regarding the problem of legislators who make specious proposals to their constituents? So there's kind of a vocab question here in that we kind of need to know what the word specious means. Well, if something is specious, it means it's deceptively attractive. It's sort of like, I call it like a poisoned apple. It looks the part. It looks delicious, but ultimately there's something specious about it. There's something, it's gonna contain a poison. It's not a good characteristic to be a specious person or to have a specious quality. That just means that something is deceptively attractive. You think that this is a good thing, but it's really, really not. It's specious. All right, so I am going to look at this part about specious proposals from passage 1, and then we have to say, okay, well, what would St. Aubyn, what would the author of passage 2 say about this notion of specious proposals from passage 1? So here are the specious characteristics right here. Oh, I just wrote through it. I meant to highlight it. All right. This is kind of a complicated idea. They're asking us, what would St. Aubyn, what would this guy say, the second author, say about this first part over here from this passage? I'm going to read it again, and then we have to lock in on an answer. How would St. Aubyn react to this? So here we go. All right, so this is the idea. It's easy to pretend a zeal for liberty. Those who think themselves not likely to be encumbered with the performance of their promises, either from their known inability or total indifference about their performance, never fail to entertain the most lofty ideas. They are certainly the most deceptively attractive, the most specious, and they cost them neither reflection to frame, nor pains to modify, nor managements to support. So what would the author of our second passage say about these specious proposals, these deceptively attractive proposals from these politicians? Our author of passage 2 would bring up his lines 60 through 64. He would say these lines. He would say that these people have unfaithfully withdrawn their attention to the people. Let me read these lines. If you're making specious proposals, if you're professing your lofty ideals, if you're faking a zeal for liberty, your constituents are going to figure this out. I'm going to read lines 60 through 64 from our second passage and see if this would be a good response to Burke's idea of the problem that the legislators face regarding these specious proposals. I'm just going to read lines 60 through 64. This should be a good way to deal with these people. Let's try it. Lines 60 through 64. But then let them, the people, have more frequent opportunities of varying the choice of their representatives. Let's have more elections. Let's have more frequent elections. But then let them have more frequent opportunities of varying the choice of their representatives, that they may dismiss any specious people, dismiss such people who have unfaithfully withdrawn their attention to the people with their specious proposals, with their fake zeal, with their lofty ideas. Let's just replace them. Let's have more frequent elections. That's what the author of passage 2 would say. That's what St. Aubyn would say. Well, we have a remedy for this. We have specious proposals. Let's replace the people. These people don't belong in power. That's what our author of passage 2 would say. The choice from passage 2, which choice, this is the one that we just did, which choice from passage 2 best represents St. Aubyn's likely response to Burke regarding the problem of legislators who make specious proposals to their constituents. He would say, let's can them. Let's have frequent elections and we'll just replace them, which I like it. I like that idea. All right, 40. We just have a couple more here. Based on the first passage, Burke would most likely reject the concept of a right of remonstrating. That's another vocabulary question. We have to kind of know what remonstrating means. It just means objecting. Let me find it from the passage. Line 59. Based on passage 1, Burke would most likely reject the concept of a right of remonstrating by arguing that voters do not possess what? Let's look at line 59 of passage 2 first. And then we have to come up with what the first author would say about. All right. So here's the part about the right of remonstrating. Here it is, right here. This is from St. Aubin. It has of late been denied that the people have a right of objecting to us, of remonstrating to us. This means objecting. It has of late been denied that the people have a right of objecting to us. It has been called an unjustifiable control upon our ability to govern. Interesting. What would the first author say about this idea? The idea that the people should be able to object to you, the member of parliament. You know what our first author would say? Look at this. This is Burke. This is our first author. We are not to go to school to them. We are not to go to the people to learn how to govern, to learn the principles of law and government. Why would we go to the people of all people? We already know how to govern. Why would we go to the people? We are not to go to school to them. We are not to learn from you, the people. You don't know how to govern. To learn the principles of law and government. In doing so, we should not dutifully serve, but we should basely and scandalously betray you, the people, you are incapable. You are incapable of telling me how we should govern. You are not capable of this service. By your very nature, you do not have the tools to govern. We do. We are the people who can govern, the members of parliament, not you, the people. Nor in any instance called to do it by the Constitution. The Constitution does not even permit you to have a say in this matter. That is what the author of passage 1, Burke, would say about this idea of, do the people have a right to object to us? Of course they don't. We don't go to the people to be schooled. We don't go to be schooled by the people. The people are incapable of teaching us how to govern. The idea is just mutually exclusive. You, by your very nature, cannot govern anything. You are governed by us. That's what Burke would say. So now we just have to select an answer that expresses that idea. How will we reject this idea? I just did it. We did it based on D. The public lacks, the voters do not have the sufficient wisdom to arrive at sound judgments. It's not adequate knowledge of the Crown's intentions. Again, if anything, both authors seemingly kind of downplay the authority that the Crown should have, or they at least say that the Crown has expanding power. Burke is just alarmed about the ever expanding power of the monarch. It's definitely not A. It's not that the voters lack first-hand experience or the motivation. It's really the wisdom. We didn't go to be schooled by you. You, by your very nature, can tell us nothing about how to govern. You lack the ability. You lack the wisdom to remonstrate, to object to us. The right of remonstrating. You don't have it. Not according to that author. All right, 41. Last one for this passage. Based on passage 1, Burke would most strongly assert that St. Aubin's assumption about an effective way to obtain a fresh sense of the nation, line 77, passage 2, it is at odds with conditions that would lead to what? We have to choose an answer choice here. So let's first take a look at passage 2. Let's look at line 77 from passage 2, and let's talk about this fresh sense of the nation. What is this fresh sense of the nation? Right here. All right, I think too that nothing can be of greater use to His Majesty than frequent new parliaments, and that he may often take the fresh sense of the nation and not be partially advised. For his measures will always have a greater weight, both at home and abroad, the more generally he refers himself to the opinion of the people. All right, so what would Burke say? Based on passage 1, Burke would most strongly assert that St. Aubyn's assumption about the effective way to obtain a fresh sense of the nation, frequent elections, is at odds with conditions that would lead to a stable and calm environment for legislative deliberation. So Burke is worried about frequent elections. Burke says that we should have elections just as frequently as necessary, not too frequently, because too frequent elections, when elections are too frequent, they are disruptive to our ability to deliberate, to govern. And I'll give you some evidence right from the passage. This would be line 12 through 15, maybe. Here's some evidence right from the first passage that when our elections are too frequent, it disrupts our ability to govern. This is right from the first passage, 12 through 15. All right, right here. The objects in view are to have parliaments as frequent as they can be without distracting them in the prosecution of public business, on one hand, to secure their independence upon the people, on the other hand, to give them that quiet in their minds and that ease in their fortunes as enable them to perform the most arduous, the most difficult, and most painful duty in the world with spirit, with efficiency, with independency, and with experience as real public counselors, not as the canvassers at a perpetual election. So there's evidence right from Burke's passage that shows that he is worried about this idea of too frequent elections because it affects our ability to govern with efficiency, with independency, with experience as public counselors. So that one was C. It's just evidence right from the passage. And you should kind of realize both passages, both authors seem to be a little worried about this authority of the crown. They're members of parliament, so they're competing with the monarch for power. So it's not really B, it's C. Stable and calm environment is necessary for legislative deliberation, and if elections are too frequent, that can lead to a problem. All right, that was the last one for the global conversation for the paired passage. We're on the last passage. Yay! This is our last thing that we have to do for this SAT. I'm sorry that this kind of seems to be taking forever. That's why I chose to do the reading passage last, because it's the longest section. We decided to get the math out of the way really quickly, and we did. And then the writing section, that took a little bit longer, but this is by far the longest section. So here we have another science passage. This one is about helping plants remove natural toxins. This could help boost crop yields by 47%. All right, so this was kind of a cool passage. I'm just going to summarize it just like I have been for the past couple. So they have a scientific experiment here. So it turns out plants use photosynthesis. They use sunlight to power a chemical reaction that converts CO2 and water into sugars and oxygen. Well, I think we all knew that. We all knew that from grade school even. But what about this other idea? There is also an idea of photorespiration. So a quirk in the evolution of the protein called rubisco is that sometimes instead of converting CO2 during photosynthesis into what we would expect, it uses oxygen. And this produces toxic chemicals. This produces glycolate, and ammonia, which can be toxic to plants and slow or stunt their growth. So recycling these toxic byproducts takes up a huge portion of the plant's energy. This photorespiration can inhibit the plant's growth by more than 30%. And even when heat rises, it goes up even more. Up to 50% of the energy generated from photosynthesis can be required for photorespiration to recycle toxins in major crops like wheat and soybeans. Okay, so it sounds like this idea of photorespiration, this is slowing our plant growth. Can we limit or can we speed up the photorespiration? That's really what we're trying to do here. All right, so this led to work by these people who explored whether this could boost the production of tobacco plants. So we managed to speed up the recycling of these toxins by designing plants that could produce more of a protein called the H protein that we know is present in plants. So previous work with this Arabidopsis plant has shown that increasing the quantity of H protein could speed up the photorespiration. So, of course, they're going to try this. They quickly determined that too much H protein in all parts of the plant was harmful, actually stunting the growth of the plant. It turns out they just want to have H protein only in the leaves, and so they do this by genetically modifying the tobacco by using a potato. So they use a potato to genetically modify the tobacco plants so that they have more H protein only in the leaves, and it's successful. It increases the H protein production all the way up to 27 to 47%. It boosts it by a huge amount. So that's exactly what this study, I just wanted to summarize it for us real quickly before we start it. All right, let's jump right in. And the first question has a typo in it, so I rewrote the question. So here's what the actual question was on the SAT. It says, over the course of the passage, the main focus shifts from a discussion of blank to a discussion of blank. And it shifts from a discussion of answer choice B, a discussion of naturally occurring chemical processes in plants. I talked about them. I talked about photosynthesis and I talked about photorespiration, to an account of experimental efforts to examine the effect of certain genetic modifications on crop yield. I mentioned what those genetic modifications were. It was an increase in the H protein of the plant, but specifically only in the leaves. If you increase the H protein of all parts of the plant, it actually stunts the growth of the plant. So let me just look at a wrong answer. I like to look at some of the wrong answers. Did it move from a mentioning of the plant's use of sunlight in photosynthesis? Well, that part kind of makes sense. To an analysis of previous attempts by researchers to prevent oxygen conversion during photorespiration. We have no mention of these previous attempts, and we know that they weren't trying to prevent oxygen conversion so much, and that they were trying to speed up photorespiration. So I like to look at some of the wrong answers, but we don't have time to look at every wrong answer. I just like to look at some of them that seem particularly deceptive. So that's generally, they will test you on main ideas and what the passage mainly does. It goes from a shift of the chemical processes, or a discussion of the chemical processes in plants, photosynthesis, photorespiration, all the way to how certain genetic modifications can increase crop yield. And they were successful, so that was kind of cool. As used in line 2, power means what? Here's a vocab question. I am going to read the line, and then we'll figure out if power means to activate, to authorize, to engineer, or to dominate. And I hope by now that you realize they are just playing on different dictionary definitions of the word, of the verb, to power. So maybe power could be to dominate something. Maybe power can mean activate. Maybe it has multiple meanings. Let's see which word works in context. I'm just going to read line 2, and we're looking for the word power. All right. When it comes to photosynthesis, plants use sunlight to power a chemical reaction that converts carbon dioxide and water to sugars and oxygen. I'm going to read the answers back in the sentence. I'm just going to try the word activate, which is answer choice A. Does activate make the most sense here? When it comes to photosynthesis, plants use sunlight to activate a chemical reaction that converts CO2 and water to sugars and oxygen. That makes perfect sense. That is the right answer choice. It's A. Authorize. We're not trying to authorize chemical reactions. That doesn't make any sense. We're not engineering chemical reactions so much as we are activating them. When it comes to photosynthesis, plants use sunlight to dominate a chemical reaction. That makes no sense. So answer choices B, C, and D don't make much sense. Answer choice A makes perfect sense. Fits like a glove. All right. 44. Just a few more questions. Which statement about the production of toxins resulting from rubisco's conversion of oxygen in certain crop plants is best supported by the passage? I'm just going to go through some of these answer choices. Let's see if we can talk about this. Which statement about the production of toxins resulting from rubisco's conversion of oxygen in certain plants is best supported by the is best supported by the passage? Does the passage say oxygen does the passage say oxygen converter getting tongue tied here. Does the passage say that oxygen conversion results in higher levels of toxins in major crop plants than it does in other plant varieties? That's not in the passage. The passage never makes that claim. What about B? Do we know this? The presence of toxins in the plants results in a greater reduction in plant growth than does photorespiration. We don't know this. The passage never makes that claim. That's why we don't know this. What about C? As environmental temperatures decrease, photorespiration recycles the toxins in the plants less effectively? This should say more effectively. C is out. It makes no sense. D is the right answer. As environmental temperature decreases, the amount of the toxins produced in the plants decreases. That's right from the passage. And now I have to find the evidence. Where does it say that in the passage that higher temperatures result in more toxins? The passage says that right in lines 19 through 25. Higher temperatures lead to more toxins. Right from the passage. Here we go. 19 through 25. I'm just reading right from the passage. Recycling these toxic byproducts sucks up a huge portion of the plant's energy. At higher temperatures, plants tend to increase the amount of oxygen they convert, creating more toxins. So as the growing season temperatures rise and the heat wave strikes up to 50% of the energy generated from photosynthesis can be required for photorespiration to recycle toxins in crops like wheat and soybeans. So there was our evidence. Lines 19 through 25 is great evidence for the answer to the previous question. All right, 46, just a few more questions. When the author says that he and the other researchers translated this idea from the lab to the field, lines 45 through 46, he likely means what? Just reading lines 45 and 46. All right, here we go. Our team translated this idea from the lab to the field using a strain of tobacco, Nicotiana tabacum, which we grew outside at a research field station. So the idea is, if we could increase the quantity of H protein, could we speed up photorespiration? All right, let's take a look at some answer choices for this one. We're on 46. Let's look at some wrong answer choices. Did they predict variable study results based on a new setting? Nope. They didn't predict anything. Put a little question mark there. They didn't predict this. Did they adjust their hypothesis? I don't think they did that. To account for a different location? Nope. Did they change the experimental process? I don't think so. To accommodate the different venue? No. They applied a concept to a new environment. That's all this means. Translating the idea from the lab to the field just means that they applied the concept from the lab to the field. 47. The passage indicates that the use of Solanum tuberosum, the potato DNA, allowed the researchers to do what? This allowed the researchers to localize increased production of H protein to an area that is most beneficial in the tobacco plant, the leaves. All right, did it A, reduce the amount of glycolate and ammonia produced in the tobacco plants by slowing photorespiration? We would want to increase photorespiration in order to reduce these toxic chemicals. So this one kind of has it backwards. That's a wrong answer. Are they trying to confirm whether boosting production of proteins other than H proteins? No, they're only studying the H proteins. They're not studying other proteins. Did they determine whether their experimentation with the tobacco plants could be harmful to other major crop plants? They haven't done this. It's just B. The use of the potato DNA allowed the researchers to increase the H production, the H protein production in the leaves of the tobacco plant. 48. The main purpose of the last paragraph is to illustrate the evolution of a researcher's confidence in a hypothesis. This is in line 73. I'm going to read you the evidence. Do we have some evidence that a researcher was perhaps less confident and then becomes more confident? I think we have that. Let's take a look. All right, initially I was skeptical that boosting the production of a single protein out of thousands in the plant could have such a dramatic impact on crop yield. But after 2 years of field trials, my colleagues and I have demonstrated that increasing H protein levels leads to larger plants, boosting the crop yield by 27 to 47%. So the researcher was initially skeptical, then the researcher realized that this is a huge increase and becomes less skeptical. That is why that one was answer choice B. Did that part express a researcher's sustained surprise about a finding? I don't think so. Does it highlight the time-consuming nature of a product? I don't think so. Does it endorse the simplification of a technique for future use? I don't think so. I don't know what that would be. It's just B. It shows that the researcher was less confident and then suddenly became much more confident, especially with yields like that, right? All right, 49. Information from the passage best support which potential explanation for the data in figure 1 regarding the leaf area of H protein increased strains. So now we have to look at one of the figures and note that this answer choice A is kind of backwards. I think that this kind of got copy pasted backwards. It should start here. The G20 and G46 strains were modified with this part. I think it's just a typo here. With Arabidopsis DNA to produce more H proteins without harming the plants. So just be aware that there's a little typo there. But I don't think that's the right answer anyway. We're going to look at figure 1, and we're asked to figure out what generally is going on with figure 1. So here's figure 1. We have figure 1. We have, look at all these H protein increased strains. We have this strain, this strain, this strain, and this strain. They were all genetically modified. This is our control. So this one has not been changed at all. That is just a regular tobacco plant. G20, G46, G11, and G21. Sorry, there's like CG11 and CG21, whatever. They've all been genetically modified. Why are these two so much smaller? These are smaller than the control in leaf area. Why? How are we going? We're supposed to be improving. Why is this not helping us? You know what the likely answer is? Remember back when I told you earlier in this passage, I said, well, at first, they increased the H protein production everywhere in the plant, and it actually stunted the growth. That's what we're seeing right here. We're seeing stunted growth. Even though it has increased H protein, it must not have been in the leaves. Do you see that? This one, I think, probably had it in the leaf. I think that the G46 had the H protein concentrated in the leaves. Let's see if we can find an answer choice that reflects that for figure 1 for 49. So this one is wrong, and this was supposed to say potato DNA, not this. Anyway, the correct answer choice would be B. The CG11 and the CG21, those were the stunted ones. They produced H protein throughout the plants in amounts that damaged them. That's why they didn't grow. See that? Stunted. I think the one that had the concentration in its leaves was this G46 strain, probably. Maybe both of these, maybe G20 as well, but definitely this one. Definitely that strain. All right, so that one was B, and I gave you some evidence. I showed you the graph. Which choice provides the best evidence for the answer to the previous question? So now we have to find where in the passage it says that we can't have too much H protein everywhere. It has to be in the leaves. It's right here. I'm going to read lines 51 through 53. This shows where you need to have your H protein. 51 through 53. Too much H protein in all parts of the plant was harmful, stunting growth and reducing yield of tobacco leaves. So that's some great evidence that you can't have your H protein everywhere. You want it concentrated just in the leaves of the plant. Otherwise, it stunts the plant's growth. So that was some evidence for our previous question. We supported this idea right here in B with some evidence from the passage. Those strains, the CG11 and the CG21, they probably had too much H protein everywhere. That's what we would expect anyway, because we know that that's what's going on here. All right, last couple questions. Can you read a graph? Can you read a bar graph if your life depended on it? We are almost done. Based on the figure 2, the researcher's most successful attempt to boost tobacco yield resulted in a mean plant dry weight that was approximately which percentage of the dry weight of the control plants? So I'm looking for their most successful attempt in figure 2. And I just want to see what percentage of that is of the control. So we're just looking at our figure. Can you read a basic figure? We're in figure 2. And I'm looking for the highest bar based on figure 2, the researcher's most successful attempt to boost tobacco yield in figure 2. I'm just looking at figure 2. Where was their most successful one? It was right here. Boop. And what does that look like? A mean plant weight? What is that? Oh, trying to draw a straight line. I'm sorry. I'm guessing it's 144%. Does that look right to you guys? I'm guessing if the control is 100, their most successful attempt in figure 2, which is the figure we're in, most successful attempt was right here. I think it puts us in the mid 140s. Let's see if that's an answer choice. Hold on. Yeah, they're saying it's 145. We know it's not 140. I guess the 4. We're going to change it to 5. Whoops. All right. Well, we know it's not 140 because it's higher than here. So it's not B. It has to be the one that's 145. I guess 144 first, but looking at their answer choices, I'm going to change it now. I'm going to go with 145. I was one off with my guess. It's higher than this one. It's higher than B. Not B. Okay. Last one. Based on the passage in figure 2, we're still using figure 2. Which strain of H protein increased tobacco plant has data They're the furthest from the results presented in the jump from 76 through 79. So which strain of H protein increased tobacco plants has the smallest amount of jump in plant size, plant weight, whatever it was? I'm going to read these lines. Let's look at 76 through 79 real quick. See what they're asking us about. All right, they're asking us about this jump all the way to the 27 through 47%. So they're talking about the larger plants with an increased crop yield that's huge of 27 to 47%. So that's a big increase. Big increase. We're looking for the one from figure 2, which is furthest from this, which is furthest from the huge jump. So I'm looking at figure 2, and I'm looking for the one that is the furthest from the big jump. Well, we know that this was 100%. This was our control. The one that's furthest to the big jump would be this one. This was G20 in trial 2. So the one that is furthest, the big jump would be here. Look at that big jump. I mean, even here we see a jump. These are the big jumps. This is the furthest from the big jump. It actually decreased over the control. So that one was C, G20 in trial 2. Boom, there's the correct answer choice right there. Okay, so we did it. We went through the entire SAT. Thank you. Thank you for playing along at home. Thank you for checking out our website. We are Eaton Prep. You can check us out at eatonprep.com. We like to put videos on YouTube to help you with your SAT. We also have an SAT course that is taught virtually. It's going to be on Wednesdays from 5:30 to 8:30 p.m. and Eastern Standard Time. Thank you for participating. Please, if you found this helpful, please subscribe to our channel. Please like the video, or really just put a comment. So leave a comment on the video. Maybe tell us if you thought the math was harder than the English. Did you think the English was harder than the math? Maybe leave a comment about what you thought the hardest question. What's the hardest question? So let me know. Let me know. You can always leave a comment on this video. We love doing reviews of recent SATs just to help you. So please, if you found today helpful, check out our website, or just send it. You can always leave a comment on this video, or just subscribe, like it. Thank you. That's all I have for us today. Thanks for sticking around to the end of this. I know we did this in a kind of a strange order, where we started with the math, no calculator, then we did the calculator, then we did the writing section, and now we just finished the reading section. But I only did that because, as you saw, the reading took the longest. It is an hour and 5 minutes on the actual SAT, and I had to go over a lot. I wanted to explain not only why the right answer was correct, but I also like to tell you why the wrong answers are incorrect. So hopefully you found that helpful. Hopefully that helped with the math. Hopefully that helped with the English. Hopefully we exposed you to just some of the College Board tricks, some of the tricks that they like to use, like the way they like to phrase some of these questions. We introduced you to some different strategies, such as counting the number of words in the writing section, or maybe picking numbers in the math section. So hopefully today was helpful. So yeah, let us know if you liked the video. Leave a comment on the video, or you can always subscribe to our channel. We like to give you more information about the SAT all the time. So thank you for sticking around to the end of the video. I'm going to call this. I say that we're done for today. So thanks for sticking around. Hopefully you found today helpful, and thanks so much. Thanks for just being a great audience. So thank you. Good luck. Good luck on your SAT. Leave us a comment if you found this helpful. But thanks again. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks for participating in this real review of the May 2022 actual SAT. Thank you. That's all I have, and good night. I'm going to sign us off. I think we're done here. But yeah, you can always get in touch with us through the website. You can always email Mrs. Hessler. You can give us a phone call. Everything is at eatonprep.com. So check out our website when you get a chance. Thank you again. I'm signing us off. I think we're done here, and have a great night.